Beneath the cold cement floor of a seemingly harmless school, Blitz, the German shepherd once trained for a top-secret unit, suddenly stopped in front of an old, crumbling wall. No one expected that a single glance from Blitz would unlock a buried secret hidden for over 30 years. A hidden room, desperate handwriting from a child, traces of someone erased from every record. Blitz didn't need commands. Blitz didn't need words, because Blitz knew, and Blitz had been waiting, to drag America face to face with a past it tried to forget. The real question is, how did a dog know so much? Up above, morning settled over Kingsborough High like a watercolor sky. Gentle clouds floated across a soft blue canvas, and the breeze carried the scent of autumn wood and sun-warmed grass. At 7:45, the school's morning chime played over the PA system. That familiar tune, a little outdated maybe, but comforting in the way old songs can be. It signaled that the day had begun, just like always. Students filtered in from buses and parking lots. Some wore headphones, some carried instruments, others leaned against tree trunks, whispering about upcoming quizzes. Everything moved the way it always did. Rhythmic, predictable, measured. Officer Reed Callahan walked slowly down the outdoor corridor, his eyes scanning the scene, not harshly, just aware. His uniform was tidy, his steps quiet. The radio on his shoulder whispered static now and then. But he didn't need to speak. He wasn't alone. Blitz walked beside him, stride for stride. Tall, golden-black coat brushed clean, harness secured with the words, K9, working. But what caught people was his presence, his eyes, focused, intelligent, unshakable. Blitz didn't need to bark to be seen. Kids noticed him anyway. A few smiled and waved. One whispered, "Hi, Blitz." Another tried to sneak a photo, caught in that small moment of awe kids feel when they're near something noble. One girl reached out gently, looking to Callahan for a nod before touching the dog's neck. Blitz stood still, accepting the gesture without asking for more. He wasn't just a dog. He was a part of the rhythm of this school, not feared, not treated like a warning. He was respected, trusted. He had become something unspoken, a presence that reminded people what safety felt like. "That dog got another biscuit from the cafeteria, didn't he?" a boy muttered to his friend, smiling. Callahan heard, but didn't respond. He just smiled to himself. Blitz wasn't here for rules. Blitz was here for something deeper. To be steady, to be constant, to be the thing that didn't leave when things got hard. They passed the A-wing classrooms. A teacher waved. The vice principal nodded. Someone asked if Blitz could visit their biology class later. Callahan tipped his head. Blitz's tail flicked once. And as the school carried on like it always had, full of chatter and footsteps and bells, no one up here knew that something had shifted below, that a door had opened in the past, that a dog had heard something no one else could, and that a name, long buried, had just begun to speak again. Blitz walked up to the classroom doorway and paused, his body still, like he was reading the air inside. Callahan didn't say a word. He just tilted his head slightly, letting Blitz make the call. After a brief moment, Blitz stepped forward, choosing a quiet corner near the window, where golden sunlight spilled across the floor like a soft blanket. He turned once, then lowered himself onto the ground, resting his head gently between his front paws. Callahan remained outside, arms clasped behind his back, eyes sweeping calmly across the hallway. Everything looked peaceful, but in Blitz's eyes, something had shifted. From his spot near the window, Blitz seemed relaxed. His head still rested on his paws, his body still. Inside, Ms. Tessa Langford moved softly between desks, handing out pencils and sheets of drawing paper. Her voice barely rose above a whisper, blending into the gentle rustle of the classroom. On the chalkboard, written in looping white letters, was the prompt, "Draw a memory from your childhood." The room buzzed in a low, tender rhythm, the clinking of watercolor palettes, the hush of sketching, and the quiet laughter of 13-year-olds reaching into the attic of their minds, searching for something warm to bring to life on paper. Blitz didn't seem to mind any of it. Until he did. His ears stood straight up. Not out of habit. Not a casual twitch. It was a signal. His deep brown eyes snapped open, fixating on a large canvas hanging on the eastern wall. The painting was old, a little worn around the edges. It showed a scorched gray field, a torn American flag whipping in the wind, and in the distance, the long shadows of faceless soldiers fading into smoke. Blitz growled. Low, deep, not loud, but sharp enough to cut through the classroom's quiet. It didn't come from his mouth, it came from his chest, a sound built from instinct, not fear. Callahan turned immediately from the hallway, face tightening. Inside, a few students glanced up. Ms. Tessa froze mid-step. She looked at Blitz, confused, and began to walk toward him. Then Blitz moved. No barking, no hesitation. He shot forward, weaving between desks, knocking over a jar of watercolors. The crash of glass against tile made a girl scream. Purple water bled across someone's paper. A boy jumped up so fast he knocked his chair flat. "Blitz!" Callahan's voice rang out, sharp and loud, but Blitz was already there, pressed up against the wall beneath the painting. In less than 2 seconds, Blitz rose up on his hind legs and clamped his jaws onto the bottom edge of the canvas, right where the fabric brushed the floor. The sound of ripping tore through the room like a blade through silence. A corner of the painting ripped loose, the heavy cloth falling like a stage curtain suddenly drawn back. And then, silence. Real silence, the kind that makes your chest go still. No one moved, no one breathed. All eyes locked on Blitz, who now stood in front of the wall he had just uncovered, his body steady, his breath calm. A single paw shifted slightly back as if bracing for something. Miss Tessa covered her mouth with both hands, unable to look away from the space behind the torn fabric. Something was there. And whatever it was, Blitz had known it first. Callahan rushed in, voice sharp and steady. "Blitz, stand down." But Blitz wasn't attacking. He wasn't panicking. He simply stood there, his ears slightly lowered, eyes locked onto the section of wall now exposed. There, barely visible beneath the torn fabric, was a metal handle. Rusted. Embedded into what everyone thought was just brick. Callahan stepped closer, gently nudging a few students aside as he moved to stand next to Blitz. He squinted at the surface. It wasn't brick at all. It was old steel, painted to match the rest of the wall. There were seams, just faint enough to be missed, and a recessed handle, the kind you'd see on a hatch or a bunker door. Someone behind him whispered, What is that?" No one answered. Ms. Tessa Langford stood frozen, her face pale. She took a few uncertain steps forward, her voice cracking into the thick air. "That can't be. That painting, I've had it up since my first year teaching." Callahan glanced at Blitz. The dog had now sat down, but his gaze never left the handle. Ears forward, posture alert, waiting. No one moved. No one knew that the next sound from Blitz would unravel a secret buried for over 40 years. Callahan stepped forward slowly, his boots making a soft sliding sound against the chalk dust scattered across the floor. He kept one hand on Blitz's leash, but didn't tighten it. Blitz was already sitting straight, still, his tail tucked close, eyes fixed on the wall in front of him. It was as if he wasn't just watching. He was anticipating. Or maybe remembering something he had never seen but somehow still understood. In front of them, the handle caught the light. More of it was visible now under the slanting sun. It wasn't part of any modern design. It didn't belong in a classroom. The metal was sunken into a square frame, its border slightly raised above the painted wall. The cream-colored layer of paint had been scratched off by Blitz's claws, revealing a dull, cold gray underneath. Callahan crouched down and gently brushed away the fine dust that clung to the edges. The chill of old metal touched his fingertips. It wasn't just the temperature that made him shiver. It was the weight of something unspoken pressing into his spine. With a dog like Blitz, nothing was random. "Blitz," Callahan said softly, his hand resting on the shepherd's back. "Stay." Blitz didn't move. He didn't pull, but his muscles were taut, his whole body alert, breathing steady and low, as if his purpose had just stepped into the light and he wasn't about to look away. A few students still stood in stunned silence. One had raised a phone to record, but when Callahan's eyes flicked in his direction, the kid quickly shut off the screen and slipped it back into his pocket. Ms. Langford stepped forward, just one step. Her eyes held a blend of shock and something deeper. Something uncertain. A flicker of recognition she couldn't quite name. It was like an old photograph had been shaken loose in the back of her mind. She looked at the exposed wall, then at the handle, and finally at the torn edge of the painting, now draped like a stage curtain on the floor. And somewhere between memory and fear, a door, one no one knew was there, was about to open. "This painting," Ms. Langford swallowed hard, her voice trembling. "It was from my father. He sent it to me when I first started teaching here. I never once thought about taking it down." Callahan looked at her for a long moment, then turned back to Blitz. Blitz still hadn't moved. Callahan had spent years working alongside dogs like him, units trained for bomb disposal, rescue missions, search and recovery. And in all that time, he'd learned one truth that never failed. When a dog like Blitz chooses a spot and stays, something is there. Something that human logic alone can't explain. This wasn't gas, it wasn't drugs, it wasn't explosives. Whatever had triggered Blitz today was something else entirely. Callahan straightened up, folding his hands behind his back, eyes locked on the handle jutting from the wall. It looked less like a door latch now, and more like the beginning of something much deeper, like a keyhole to someone's memory, buried, ignored, maybe even intentionally erased. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. Only the sound of old metal humming faintly in the autumn breeze stirred the room, slipping in from the window behind them. And Blitz's eyes, steadfast, loyal, quietly knowing, seemed to understand what the humans hadn't yet put into words. Callahan stepped back and reached for the radio clipped to his shoulder. He pressed down, voice calm but firm. "Request temporary lockdown of A-Wing classrooms. Priority, student safety. Notify the principal's office. I need backup at room 9, immediately." He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. And with that single call, everything started moving. The students, who had been frozen in stunned silence since the moment Blitz tore through the canvas, slowly began to stir. A few quietly collected their pencils and half-finished drawings. Others hovered near the door, gripping desk corners, unsure whether to look back or run. Callahan turned, lifted his arm, and signaled. "Everyone out. Single file. Stay calm. Ms. Langford will follow behind you." Tessa didn't move. Her eyes were still fixed on the rusted handle embedded in the wall. Her body was in the classroom, but her mind somewhere else, caught in a loop between disbelief and a memory trying to resurface. Callahan glanced at her, then looked once more at Blitz. Blitz remained exactly where he was. He didn't growl, didn't flinch. But everything in his body said the same thing. He was guarding something. He lay pressed close to the floor, eyes unblinking, ears sharply upright. The muscles along his shoulders are drawn just enough to suggest tension, like a bowstring being held but not yet released. Out in the hallway, a group of students from the next class over had gathered, drawn by the commotion. Some whispered. Others leaned in for a look. Callahan didn't wait. He stepped to the doorway, closed it halfway, then slowly shut it all the way, leaving just a narrow crack for him to keep watch. 2 minutes later, 3 school safety officers arrived. Each carried a roll of barrier tape, a radio, and a flashlight. "What's going on, Officer Callahan?" one of them asked. Callahan didn't turn away from the wall. He simply pointed to the exposed panel. "I don't know yet." But Blitz responded in a way consistent with identifying an unknown threat. It's not an animal. It's not scent-based. This could be structural or something embedded. Either way, we need to secure this area immediately. One of the officers unrolled a spool of yellow and black caution tape and stretched it tightly across the corridor outside room 9. The other 2 moved into position at either end of the hallway, signaling nearby classrooms to keep their students inside. Back in the room, Callahan returned to Blitz's side. He knelt down, slipped on a pair of nitrile gloves, and gently reached toward the exposed handle. The metal was cold. Not just regular cold, but the deep, untouched kind of cold, like it hadn't been felt by human hands in decades. Its surface was slightly rough, with narrow grooves around the edge, the type of latch built for a recessed door. Something meant to hide. Something meant to stay hidden. Blitz tilted his head slightly. No growl, no bark, just a louder exhale, his gaze locked exactly where Callahan's fingers made contact. "I know," Callahan whispered. "You picked something up, and whatever it is, it's not in any school's safety manual." From the hallway, someone knocked on the door and spoke through the crack, an admin from the principal's office. "We're reviewing the renovation blueprints from 1986, but there's no record of any hidden compartment behind that wall." Callahan stood up slowly and replied, voice lower now, steadier. "Then this isn't part of the school. This is part of the past." He pulled off the gloves, his eyes sweeping across the torn brickwork and the exposed metal beneath the shredded canvas. Behind him, Ms. Langford stood close to her desk, arms wrapped lightly around her own body, as if the cold from that steel panel had reached into her skin. Blitz hadn't moved an inch. He looked like a soldier on post, trained, focused, and unmoved. But no one had trained Blitz for this. And that, Callahan thought, was what made it all the more unsettling. He crouched again, eyes fixed on the rusted handle. Every motion was slow. Not just because he didn't know what was waiting behind the wall, but because Blitz hadn't broken eye contact with it once. This wasn't a scent reaction. It wasn't about danger or noise or threat. This was something else. This was reverence, like Blitz was guarding something sacred. Callahan reached out with 2 fingers, gripping the handle gently. The metal was cold against the glove. Smooth, dry. He gave it a slight turn to the left. Click. The sound was small, almost delicate, but it made Ms. Langford step back, startled. A section of the wall trembled. It wasn't real brick. It had been designed to look like brick, painted to match. But underneath it was cement-coated composite, perfectly slotted into a steel frame. Now, the panel shifted. Just half a centimeter. Just enough for a thin, dark outline of metal to peek through the gap. Callahan held his breath and pressed forward. The square panel rotated under his palm, creaking with the dry, low rasp of a hinge forgotten by time. Behind it was a hollow space, about 30 centimeters deep, lined with dull steel and thick with dust. Years of it, settled in quiet layers. Centered in the cavity was a lock. An old rotary latch, the kind you'd see on a storage vault or a service hatch in a military compound. Not something you'd ever find in a school. Not something meant to be seen at all. Callahan narrowed his eyes. Whatever this was, it didn't belong in any civilian blueprint, and it definitely didn't belong behind a classroom wall. Callahan turned toward the classroom door, just as the assistant principal returned, holding a thin file folder. Walking beside him was an older man with salt and pepper hair, a measuring tape looped around his neck, and reading glasses tucked low on his nose. "This is Mr. Nolan," the assistant explained. He was the lead structural engineer during the school's 1986 renovation. Callahan gave a small nod and motioned them in. Mr. Nolan stepped into the classroom, scanned the space once, then walked straight toward the section of wall that had been revealed. His expression changed the moment he saw it. "No," he said firmly. This was never in my plans." Callahan's voice stayed calm. "You're sure?" "I signed off on every wall, every partition. We didn't construct anything in that spot. If this is part of the building, it must be from before the conversion." "Before it became a school?" "Exactly. This entire wing used to be part of a logistics facility for the Air Force. It was decommissioned in the late 70s, sat empty for almost a decade before the district bought the property." Callahan glanced at Blitz. Still motionless, Mr. Nolan moved closer and ran his hand along the inner edge of the steel frame. "This joinery, that's military spec. Mechanical latch, rotary bolt, M33 steel casing. That's not something a school would install on its own." He paused and looked Callahan square in the eye. "You shouldn't try to open it any further." "I know." Callahan took a step back, pulled out his phone, and began photographing the exposed structure, every groove, every rust mark, every inch of the lock and surrounding frame. He documented it all, methodically, without saying a word. Behind him, Blitz remained perfectly still. Only his ears twitched from time to time when someone spoke near the wall. Ms. Langford stepped a little closer to Callahan, her voice barely above a whisper. "I never knew why my father gave me that painting. He never talked about his military past." Callahan didn't look at her. His eyes stayed on the lock. "Maybe the painting wasn't meant to be decoration." "What do you mean?" "Maybe he wanted this to be found. Just not by anyone. By someone specific." Then, softer, more to himself than to her. "Or maybe by a dog?" Tessa went quiet. She stood there for a moment, breathing in slowly like she was forcing herself to say something that had been trapped in her chest for years. "My father sent me that painting the same day I signed my teaching contract here at Kingsborough. He died just a few months before I started. The letter that came with it, it only had one line. He wrote, 'You should keep this where the children are.'" She looked up at the shredded canvas, its dust-laced edges still hanging limp, swaying like a curtain that had revealed too much. "I thought, maybe it was his way of reminding me to turn grief into art. That teaching was how I could carry on. I never questioned it. I just thought he was quiet, hard to read, maybe a little strange." Callahan finally turned his eyes to her. "What unit did he serve in?" "Just the Air Force," she said quietly. "But his service records were classified. My mother passed away when I was still little, so everything else just comes from scattered memories. And my father, he wasn't the kind to tell stories." She paused, holding her own silence for a beat. Then her voice softened, dropped lower. "There's something I've never told anyone. Not because I was afraid, just because I always thought it sounded silly." Callahan gave a small nod. "Say it." "I don't remember anything from the time I was 5 to 7. Nothing. It's just blank. I remember going to elementary school in Frankfurt, then moving back to the States, but before that, nothing. No pictures, no smells, no sounds, like a whole part of my mind just got cut away. Blitz shifted slightly. Not much, just a subtle change in posture, but his eyes still locked on the wall. Tessa went on, her voice barely above a whisper now. At first, I figured that was normal. Lots of people don't remember being little, right? But as I got older, it started to feel wrong. Like I hadn't just forgotten something. Like something had been hidden. She hesitated. It didn't feel like memory loss. It felt like someone draped a blanket over that part of my life and quietly said, "Don't look under here." Callahan stepped closer to the wall, eyes still on the old lock. "Maybe," he said slowly. "You didn't forget." Tessa turned to him, waiting for the rest. "Sometimes we don't remember," he said, "not because we forgot, but because something was taken." No one replied. Outside, the bell rang to signal the change of class, echoing down the hall like nothing unusual had happened. But inside room 9, time held its breath. Tessa looked at Blitz. Blitz didn't look back. He lay perfectly still, eyes fixed on the gap in the wall, his body calm but alert, like the quiet before a wave crests. She whispered more to herself than anyone else, maybe even to the dog guarding her childhood. Maybe my father didn't leave me that painting as a keepsake. Maybe it was a confession. Blitz stayed there, pressed close to the wall, head lifted, gaze locked on the exposed hollow. No growl, no sudden moves. But the silence, that steady, watchful silence, was louder than any bark could have been. It made the entire room feel pulled tight, like the string of a violin waiting to snap. Callahan stood beside Blitz now, arms folded across his chest. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. Blitz's presence, the way this had started, the way he hadn't left that spot, was more convincing than any theory. 12 minutes later than expected, the bomb squad from the Kingsborough Police Department arrived. 3 officers, a senior technician, a magnetic scanner operator, and a specialist holding a snake camera with a long, flexible probe. No one made jokes. No one smiled. They looked at the wall like they were staring into something pulled straight from the Cold War. Something that had waited long enough. The lead technician placed the magnetic scanner against the wall, moving it slowly across the surface. On the small screen, soft waves of data pulsed in measured rhythm. A few blinks here and there, but no red alerts, no spikes. Then the camera specialist stepped forward, threading a tiny fiber optic probe into the narrow gap Callahan had uncovered earlier. The monitor flickered, showing a hazy image from inside, steel plates, a blanket of dust, and part of what looked like a metal cabinet surface, tucked in the far corner. "Empty chamber," the technician said quietly, pointing to the screen. No traces of explosives, no gas, no irregular heat readings either. Callahan gave a slight nod, eyes never leaving Blitz. Behind him, Tessa stood clutching her student attendance book, the one she'd brought with her without even realizing. Her hands were white at the knuckles. She didn't speak. She couldn't. There was only the faint buzz of equipment, the soft movement of boots, and the sound of Blitz breathing, steady and even, like he was setting the tempo for everything about to change. "This dog," one of the team members said softly, breaking the silence. "He knows something's there, something our machines can't see." Tessa turned. It was the camera technician who'd spoken, early 40s maybe, lean face, sharp eyes. He didn't smile, didn't joke. The words came out as simple truth, like a man who'd seen this kind of moment before. Callahan said nothing, but his lips pressed into a firmer line. Blitz hadn't moved. No leash, no command, just presence, still, anchored. This wasn't the reaction of a trained working dog anymore. It was something deeper, like Blitz had been chosen, not by chance, but by something older, something waiting. A breeze drifted through the open window, tugging gently at the edge of the curtain. It flared once, then stilled, a quiet breath through the hall. And just for a second, the entire room felt colder. Callahan crouched, resting a hand lightly on Blitz's shoulder. Blitz didn't turn. He blinked once, then kept his eyes fixed on the steel slit ahead. "We're going to open it," Callahan said, voice calm, low and clear. "But we do it slow, and we do it right." No one disagreed. The room fell back into silence. Just Blitz, and the secret pressing behind that old steel. Then the sound came, a heavy, grinding groan, metal on metal, rusted teeth beginning to turn. The rotary lock creaked, slow and aching. The hidden hatch began to open. Callahan raised his flashlight and aimed the beam directly into the widening dark. What they saw was a small room, maybe 6 square meters at most, perfectly rectangular. The walls sealed tight with sheets of dull, aging steel. The floor was old ceramic tile, yellowed from time, some of it cracked diagonally like a fault line across history. Pressed up against one wall was a narrow wooden table. And on that table sat a reel-to-reel tape recorder, the kind with open spools and brown magnetic tape. Not a cassette, not digital, a machine built for long recordings, built to last. Callahan stepped in first, and without hesitation, Blitz followed. No command, no glance, just walked in, as if he had always been meant to. The room felt like it had been buried in silence, like it had waited for someone or something to remember it existed. Even the light felt hesitant inside, like it was touching secrets it wasn't sure it had permission to see. Callahan stood still, his fingertips brushing the edges of the file labeled Project Wintershade. Subject 09. He didn't open it yet, not out of fear, but because something about the moment asked for respect. The kind of silence people only keep in cemeteries or in places where truth once bled and dried. Blitz didn't move. Still standing by the desk, still watching that steel cabinet like he'd been stationed there his whole life. Callahan took one breath, then another, before slowly turning to the rusted cabinet in the corner. The lock had corroded almost to nothing. No resistance, just the soft crackle of rust flaking off as he pulled the door open. Inside, on the top shelf, was a single metal box. Small, clean, different. Someone had wiped the dust off it, or it had never gathered dust in the first place. That alone made Callahan pause. Below it were rows of neatly labeled tapes, all reel-to-reel, all marked with code names and dates ranging from 1974 to 1981. Some were faded almost white, others were still crisp, but they all shared the same label at the top corner, W-09. Tessa hadn't moved from the doorway. Her voice came out like she was speaking through a dream. "That's my birthday, September 9th, W0 Jivinch." Callahan glanced over his shoulder, then back at the tapes. It could have been coincidence, but nothing about this felt accidental anymore. He pulled the metal box out with both hands. It was heavier than it looked. Inside, under a set of thin foam pads, lay a series of black and white photographs, each one clipped to what looked like intake forms, testing data, and drawings, childlike drawings. Crayon, pencil, some of them faint, others wild with color. A red sun in the corner, a crooked stick figure holding a leash, and beside it, a dog, always the same shape, pointed ears, long snout, tail curled at the base, The same shape as Blitz. Callahan didn't speak. Tessa stepped into the room for the first time. She didn't notice she was crying until one of the tears hit the metal floor and broke the silence like a drop of rain on tin. "I drew that," she whispered. "I drew that when I was 5. Blitz turned his head slightly, just a small movement. But it was enough. Callahan gently laid the photo down, looked at Tessa, then at Blitz, and finally at the silent tape recorder on the table, waiting, like everything else in this room, for someone to press play. And maybe remember what they were never supposed to forget. Childhood. The kind that slips through cracks in memory. The kind you don't remember losing because someone else took it from you. But Blitz, guided by something beyond reason, had brought them here. To a place no one ever really believed existed. Callahan leaned down, his hand reaching for the steel drawer tucked beneath the dust-coated wooden desk. The lock gave way with a soft click that echoed inside the metal walls. Not sudden, not violent. Just patient. Like it had waited for someone. For long enough that even the dust had stopped being surprised. Inside was a black folder, thin leather cover. No label, no title. Just an embossed seal, the old insignia of the Department of Defense. The kind Callahan had seen in classified training sessions, but never in real life. He opened it slowly. The first page crackled under his gloved fingers. And there she was. A little girl, shoulder-length hair, eyes wide, standing in front of a height measurement wall. Not smiling, not afraid, just empty. Like she was trying to remember the person holding the camera, someone not in the frame but clearly, at the center of whatever feeling remained. Tessa had followed them in, but now stopped just behind Blitz. The moment Callahan lifted the photo, she froze, as if an invisible thread had tugged her backward. Her gaze locked on the girl's face, and in that instant, the world fell silent. Beneath the photo, a line of typed text read, "Langford, MC Phase 3 complete. Memory override active." Callahan didn't have to look. He knew what had just happened. Tessa sat down slowly in the metal chair by the wall, not collapsing, just surrendering to gravity, like the truth had quietly pulled all the weight from her spine. "I don't remember anything from that time," she said, voice thin and trembling. It wasn't a question. It was a confession. Blitz walked to her side. Steady. Certain. Each step deliberate, not rushed. He stopped beside her and fixed his gaze on the file in Callahan's hands. He didn't move. He didn't blink. It was as if Blitz had waited his entire life for this exact moment, for someone to reach out and touch a truth they once lived through, but never knew they had. Callahan turned the page. Diagrams, neurological maps, technical notes detailing memory override thresholds, brain scans altered by electric pulses and drug combinations. Every line of data came from a project that didn't exist in any public archive Callahan had ever trained for. On the wall, in fading black marker, one line had been written by hand. "Do not destroy. Filed by authorization. 14B. Tessa's voice broke through again, barely audible. "My father. He never told me what he did in the military," she whispered, eyes still locked on the folder. "I thought the painting was a keepsake. But if he gave it to me, to hide this..." Callahan gently closed the folder. Not to bury the truth, but because Blitz hadn't looked away once. The dog hadn't barked, hadn't moved, hadn't made a sound. Chapter 2. Cracked Memory. Chapters 4 to 6. Approximately 6,000 words. Blitz just watched, like he saw something Callahan wasn't ready to admit. And when a dog can't speak, sometimes the silence itself is the most loyal way to say, "We're not done here. We need to keep going." It was late in the afternoon when Callahan turned down the narrow alley behind the town's old library. At the very end stood a low gray brick building with a faded wooden sign hanging crooked in the window. George's VHS and Audio. Since 1972. A place almost forgotten by time. Callahan opened the door. The wind chime above gave a tired jingle. Inside, the air was still and dim, lit only by a single flickering filament bulb overhead. Dust hung in the light like mist, mixing with the thick, metallic smell of old tapes and forgotten days. Wooden shelves lined the walls, crammed with VHS tapes, record players, audio decks. On the walls hung black and white photographs, American soldiers standing in the snow, a rusted battleship, and a young man beside a dark-furred working dog. Blitz stepped inside, sniffed once around the room, then sat by the wooden counter like he already knew the place. Callahan nodded toward the older man behind the counter, silver hair, wiry hands, and a worn gray sweater fraying at the elbows. "George." The old man looked up. "Thought you moved back to Boston." Callahan pulled a tape from his coat pocket. "I need you to play this." George took the tape and squinted. "Old format. We used these in wartime. Haven't seen one in years." Callahan set the black folder on the counter and flipped to the page with the photograph. It's about something called Subject 09. For a moment, the room froze. George didn't say anything. His eyes locked on the photo, then shifted to Blitz, who sat still beneath the counter, watching everything like he understood every word. Finally, George let out a long breath and turned around. "Deck number 4 still runs this format. Don't touch anything." He slid the tape into the player and pressed the worn button. A soft buzzing sound filled the room. It stretched out, long and uneasy, like the room itself was bracing for what came next. The black and white screen flickered with static, then slowly revealed a sterile metal room. A surgical table. Cold light. Silence. Then came the voice, male, distorted by age and magnetic decay. "Subject 09 has completed memory reset. Cognitive suppression stable. Begin phase monitoring." And then, crying. Faint, fragile. The voice of a little girl. I want to go home. I want to see my daddy." Callahan turned to look at George. The old man sat frozen, hands clenched on the arms of his chair, eyes locked on the screen. Blitz hadn't moved. His gaze fixed on the monitor, not panicked, not restless, but deeply alert. Blitz wasn't reacting to sound. Blitz was feeling it. There was something in the air now, a current of heavy, unspoken grief. Something only a dog could read without words. Callahan whispered, "She doesn't remember, but Blitz does." George finally spoke, voice raw and cracked like gravel. "I heard tapes like this before, back in the service. They did things, all in the name of country. But that didn't make it right." Callahan nodded slowly. Deep down he knew they had just unlocked a door. And beyond that door lay more than memory. It was the place where people had buried what they never wanted to face again, no matter the cost. Blitz remained exactly where he was, under the old monitor, waiting, listening. As if Blitz knew this was only the first page of a much longer recording. The black and white image on the screen flickered and bled with static from the worn magnetic tape. But the next sound came through with haunting clarity. "Subject 09 has completed memory reset. Cognitive suppression stable." The man's voice was cold, precise, void of inflection. It didn't carry rage or remorse, just the sterile sharpness of a surgical blade. Then came silence. Not the gentle kind, but the heavy, buzzing kind, the kind that prickled your skin like needles. Then suddenly a break, like something cracked open right in the middle of the stillness. "I want to go home. I want to see my daddy." The voice of a child, cracked and trembling, not a scream, but a cry for help, choked inside metal walls and cold light. The sobs spilled out, unfiltered and raw, so real they turned the air to ice. Tessa stood motionless. Her eyes didn't blink. Then her knees gave out. She didn't scream, didn't wail. She just collapsed to the worn tile floor of the tape store, clutching her mouth like she was trying to keep her heart from shattering aloud. "No, that's not me. I didn't," she kept whispering over and over, caught in some strange, jagged memory that didn't feel hers, yet somehow was. Behind the counter, George's lips were pressed tight, his hand trembling as he reached forward and shut off the tape. The screen went dark. The room dropped into an eerie silence, broken only by the soft creak of the fan turning above, pulling them gently back into the now. Blitz stood. Not a single sound. He padded over to Tessa, slow, steady, then stopped right beside her. Blitz didn't bark, didn't nudge. He just lowered his head gently onto her lap, a quiet gesture that said, "I'm here." Tessa sobbed. She didn't stroke his fur, not yet, but her shaking hand dropped until it rested on Blitz's head, as if, in her most broken moment, the only thing she could trust was this one soul who asked nothing, said nothing, judged nothing. Callahan stepped forward. He didn't ask questions. He didn't press. He simply knelt down beside Blitz, one hand on the dog's back, steady, solid, quiet. A silent agreement between three beings, one broken, one witness, one protector, in a room where the truth had just come back from the dead. George exhaled, the sound ragged from his chest. His voice cracked. "Sweetheart, sometimes what scares us most isn't the truth itself. It's realizing we've lived our whole lives not knowing it was ever there." Tessa didn't answer. She just stared downward, at the warm fur beneath her trembling hand. Her eyes still glistened, but the panic had faded. It was like a part of her soul, the part that had been locked away behind a door for decades, was finally taking its first breath, outside. Callahan tightened his grip slightly, eyes lingering on the now blank screen. His voice dropped low, not asking, just saying, "Well, at least now we know where to begin." Blitz raised his head, one ear twitching. The room stayed silent, but it wasn't the silence of forgetting anymore. It was the kind that settles over people standing at the edge of something they've avoided for 30 years, finally ready to face it. Tessa rose slowly, like her own weight had become unfamiliar. Her hand still trembled faintly, but she wasn't crying anymore. The fear had given way to something deeper, hollow, and painfully real. She wandered the old tape shop, each step like an unspoken question, each glance brushing against pieces of a memory that didn't feel hers, but somehow was. The black and white photos on the wall watched quietly. Young soldiers, faded flags, rusted barracks. She stopped in front of a blurred photo of a group standing beside an old military jeep. None of them smiling, eyes pointed far away. Tessa froze, then spoke, not really to anyone. Just a thought that had clawed its way to the surface. Did they ever think what it would do to a child? To be torn from her own memories? To be programmed not to remember but still forced to live with that hollow feeling, dragging on for years? Behind the counter, George said nothing at first. Then, after a moment, his voice came low and worn. "Back then, There were projects that never made it into the news, never showed up in any public file. But that didn't mean they didn't exist. They just existed differently, in nightmares, in scars no one could see, and in dreams that never made sense. Tessa turned to face him. Her eyes no longer looked like those of an ordinary adult. They belonged to someone searching for a piece of their life that had been carved out and hidden away. Callahan didn't interrupt. He gave a small nod toward George, then walked to the door and opened it, signaling it was time to take her home. Tessa sat in the passenger seat, fingers loosely holding the seatbelt but never clicking it in. Blitz hopped into the back seat, sitting upright, ears alert, head tilted slightly toward the window. The car rolled down the narrow street, washed in soft amber streetlights. Outside, the town remained as calm and sleepy as ever. But inside that car, no one spoke. No one knew what to say. Blitz didn't rest. Blitz's eyes stayed on the world outside, but not the scenery. It felt like Blitz was watching something shift inside the people up front. Tessa touched her forehead gently, then let out a whisper of a breath. The dreams, the flashing lights, metal clanging. I used to think they were just scraps from my imagination. She gave a small, hollow laugh. Turns out, they might be the only real thing I've ever seen. Callahan said nothing. He knew, sometimes, silence is the deepest form of empathy one person can offer another. As the car turned onto the narrow road leading home, Tessa stared straight ahead. She didn't turn, she didn't tremble. She just stared, ready for the first time to remember. She didn't shout it. She didn't even say it out loud, just whispered it, just enough for herself to hear. If I am Subject 09, then who was my father in all of this? Tessa remained still in the steel room, her eyes locked on the dust-covered surface of the old wooden desk. The yellowing papers, the aging tape recorder, the strange string of codes, they spun in her mind like a carousel with no break. But Blitz? Blitz wasn't looking at any of it. Blitz didn't care about papers, ink, or seals. Blitz cared about one thing: the floor. With slow, deliberate steps, Blitz sniffed along the edges of the room, nose brushing each corner with quiet precision. Then, in the dead center of the floor, Blitz stopped, narrowed his eyes, lowered his head, and let out a deep, low growl, so soft it was more vibration than sound. It was enough to make Callahan turn. Blitz didn't look at him. Blitz scratched once, then again. Not violently, just with a firm persistence. The spot beneath Blitz's paws looked no different than any other tile, a faded square of ceramic, dulled by decades of grime. But Blitz wouldn't move on. Blitz started to dig. Carefully, with just the tips of his claws, Blitz brushed away the top layer of dust. Callahan knelt down. He knew Blitz didn't react like this for old smells or strange noises. If Blitz growled, something was wrong. Brushing away more dust with the edge of his hand, Callahan heard a faint metallic click, a sound like something sliding against a groove. The tile shifted. Just slightly, as if it had been waiting. He tapped on it with his knuckle. The sound was different, harder, hollow underneath. From his coat pocket, Callahan pulled out a small tool kit. He chose a slender pick, hooked it under the edge of the tile, and nudged. A tiny seam opened. Inside was a small, circular cavity with a recessed metal ring. A handle. Without hesitation, Callahan hit his shoulder radio. Unidentified compartment found. Possible hidden access. Requesting immediate secure team. 10 minutes later, a specialized FBI unit arrived. They locked down the building, cleared out personnel, and surrounded the room. But Blitz didn't move. Blitz stood guard, front paws planted like a soldier holding ground. One agent stepped forward. "We need the dog out." Callahan raised a hand. "Let him stay. Blitz knows this is more dangerous than we think." The agent crouched and aimed a flashlight at the seam in the tile. The investigation began. Radiation checks, chemical swabs, explosive residue testing. Each scan came back clear. After several minutes, the team leader gave a nod. "Safe to open. There's a narrow shaft underneath. Looks like a service stairwell. Air's old, thick with mildew, but no toxins. Most likely, a basement." Callahan turned on the shoulder-mounted light clipped to his vest. The beam reflected off oxidized metal walls, flecked and mottled like the skin of something ancient. The hatch revealed a stairwell, barely wide enough for one person at a time. But no one stepped forward, because Blitz had already moved, without a command, without hesitation. Blitz lifted a paw, stepped onto the first rung of the narrow metal stairs, and began to descend, silent, certain, unafraid. A lone soldier, leading the way into a place no one had returned to in over 30 years. Callahan followed right behind Blitz, his eyes scanning every corner as they descended the narrow steel staircase. Behind them, Tessa gripped her hands tightly, her eyes filled not just with fear now, but with something deeper, something that had the weight of waiting. Each step let out a faint metallic creak, echoing like whispers in the dark. The air below was cold, thick like syrup, heavy with the scent of rusted iron and chemicals long forgotten. It was the kind of smell that didn't just sting your nose, it stuck to your memories. Blitz reached the bottom first, pausing to sweep the space with sharp eyes before letting Callahan step forward. The bunker walls were layered in aging, soundproof foam. In places, the lining had peeled back, revealing black rubber sheets curled with time. The ceiling was low, old wires twisted through corners like dried veins, some charred, others hanging loose from broken clips. Tessa stepped down last, each footfall slow but certain, as if her body remembered a silence her mind couldn't yet name. One of the FBI techs switched on a secondary lamp. The bunker snapped into better focus. On the left, a row of old metal lockers, hand-numbered, some with rusted padlocks dangling. At the far end, a vintage reel-to-reel recorder sat atop a dented steel desk. Its power light was dead. A young technician whispered, barely loud enough for the walls to hear. "This place, it's not on any official archive maps. Everything here, erased since 1980. Callahan pulled open the nearest locker. Inside were bundles of old documents tied in sun-bleached cloth straps. Some bore the Defense Department's seal, dated between 1973 and 1977. One sheet stood out, Authorization Level 14B, Sub-Project Wintershade. Tessa moved closer to Blitz, placing a hand on his back like a reflex. Blitz didn't budge. His body stood anchored, gaze locked straight toward the far right corner of the room, toward a wooden shelf almost swallowed by the shadows. Callahan followed Blitz's stare with his flashlight. Beneath a thick layer of dust was a small wooden box. He knelt down, lifted the lid gently. Inside, a reel of magnetic tape, wrapped in a faded moisture-proof cloth. On top, a handwritten label, Property of Langford, for MC, When the World is Ready. The ink had faded, but every word still spoke clearly. Tessa stepped back as if the name Langford had stung her. MC. What did it stand for? A name? A code? Or was it her? Callahan didn't speak. He simply lifted the tape reel with care, sliding it into a magnetic safe container. He didn't press play. He didn't rush to explain. He just turned toward Tessa. The bunker lights flickered. It cast a soft, uneven glow across her pale face. In that quiet moment, No one else could decide what came next. Not Callahan. Not Blitz. Not any of the agents or specialists in the room. Only Tessa. And a reel of tape that had waited decades. Callahan held out the container toward her. His hand rested gently on its edge, a silent offering. A message without words. Whatever this is, only you can face it now. Tessa took it with trembling fingers, slowly, deliberately. Her hand shook, but she didn't let go. She sat down on the old wooden stool near the tape machine. Her eyes drifted around the room, to the shelves, the lockers, the tangled cords above, all of it cloaked in dust, all of it holding the echoes of something unfinished. And as her fingers hovered over the play button, even Blitz didn't move. He just watched her, waiting, like he always had. The steel around her, the thick blankets of dust, the stale air, it all felt less like decay and more like memory. Like every corner of this forgotten room was holding a piece of her, something she'd never known she had lost. Blitz moved quietly to her side. No commands, no sounds. The German Shepherd simply rested his chin on Tessa's knee. It wasn't a gesture of comfort. It was watchful. As if Blitz, more than anyone, had always known this moment would come, and was now waiting for the truth to finally step forward. Callahan stood back with the two techs, keeping a respectful distance. No one urged her on. Just beside the reel inside the old wooden box, Tessa noticed a stack of folded papers tucked into the lining. No stamps, no seals, no official labels, just several pieces of handwritten notes, the ink smudged, the lines hurried, with a few sentences scratched out mid-thought. Tessa picked one up, staring at the opening line. Phase 4, Cognitive Transfer Experiment Draft, for MC only. Her hand froze mid-air, her throat tightened, dry and unwilling, but she read it aloud anyway, word by word, breaking at every breath, as if hearing it out loud was the only way to make it real. Phase 4, Cognitive Memory Transfer. Subject 09 shows high adaptability, but long-term consequences unknown. If the process fails, core personality may become fragmented. Blitz lifted his head, eyes locked on the page, as if following every word. Tessa picked up the second note. The corner was torn, but the last few lines remained intact. If you're reading this, it means I may have failed to do what I should have. Don't try to fix it. Just live. The bunker suddenly felt even smaller, like the air had vanished, sucked into the gravity of those words. No one moved. No one spoke. Tessa set the note down, her hands clenched tight, shoulders trembling ever so slightly. She didn't cry. But her eyes were red, and she didn't look at anyone. Callahan took a single step forward, his gaze resting on the reel still sitting untouched. "There's a chance," he said softly, measured, "that we're not chasing the pieces of a conspiracy." Tessa didn't lift her head, only exhaled. A long, tired breath. Callahan finished his thought. But the echoes of an apology, that was never said. The light from the wall-mounted flashlight glinted across the tape, a thin ribbon of memory stretched across 3 decades of silence. No one knew what was recorded on that reel. But now Tessa knew something more important. She wasn't just someone who survived. She was the reason this secret had waited. And perhaps the only one who could finally set it free. She was the witness now. And that reel of tape. It might be the last time her father ever spoke with the voice of a father. Blitz sat up. His head tilted slightly. Ears twitched. No one gave an order, but everyone understood. It was time. Time to hear what had never been allowed to be heard. From that night on, Tessa never truly slept again. Every night, her body felt like it was caught somewhere unnamed, suspended in a space between memory and silence. Her dreams had no beginning, no end, just the harsh, white flicker of fluorescent lights blinking across a narrow hallway ceiling. Stains, brown and old, marked the floor tiles like dried whispers of something forgotten. And somewhere in the distance, a dog's bark echoed, warped and distorted behind a thick metal door. She saw herself standing there, barefoot on that cold floor, the stench of antiseptic and metal sharp in her nose. Ahead of her, a frosted glass door, a sign on it, "Authorized only." Behind the door, the silhouette of a man. He was watching her, but his face, blurred, undefined, unnameable. She turned. At the other end of the hallway stood a dog, tall, dark-furred, unmoving. But the eyes were unmistakable. It was Blitz, watching her, waiting, keeping a promise made long before she'd ever known to remember it. Tessa shot up in bed. Her shirt clung to her skin, drenched in sweat. Her breathing ragged like she'd just run from something buried deep in her chest. She raised a trembling hand to her forehead, trying to breathe through it. The room was dark, curtains shut. But then, a sound. Software right beside her. Blitz had already been there, waiting. No bark, no movement. Just sitting. Like he'd known this moment was coming. Like Blitz knew, the dreams she kept having weren't dreams at all. Tessa stared into his eyes. For a long, silent stretch. She didn't speak. But the tears came anyway, dripping one by one into her open palm. "I was there," she whispered, her voice trembling like cracked glass. "I know that smell. I know that cold floor, that flickering light. I stood in that hallway." Blitz moved closer, nudged her palm with his nose, just a touch. Just enough. Like a breath passed between them, like a message that didn't need words. Yes, you were there. But you weren't alone. Tessa's fingers curled gently into the fur at Blitz's neck. She didn't dare speak again. Afraid that if she did, the memories might come flooding back all at once and sweep her under. But Blitz didn't move. Blitz stayed. He anchored her, a steady presence, a rope across time, so that if she ever drifted too far back into the past, there would still be someone to pull her home. Just before dawn, Tessa opened her bedroom door. She stepped into the hallway, barefoot and silent. Everyone else was still asleep. But she couldn't wait anymore. She moved through the quiet corridors toward the archive room. Blitz followed. No call, no signal. They didn't need them. It was as if both of them were hearing the same voice inside their minds, calling them. Tessa stopped in front of the door where they had hidden the reel marked "Property of Langford." She laid her hand on the lock. There was no doubt now, no fear. Only the moment and the truth that had waited long enough. Only one question remained. The one that mattered most. Was the man in her dream truly her father? And if he was, did he ever love her, even for a moment, before turning her into a subject? Blitz brushed her heel with his nose, a small, quiet touch. Tessa nodded. They opened the door and stepped into the next chapter of the truth. The archive room was still and dim, the ceiling light flickering a tired yellow glow that did little to cut through the thick layer of dust blanketing everything. Callahan moved through the cabinets slowly, as if every drawer he opened might hold a piece of someone's soul he wasn't yet ready to meet. Then he stopped. There, jammed into a corner so deep it had nearly disappeared into shadow, was a single folder. No barcode, no label, just a faint line of handwriting across a cracked leather cover. Langford, Project 09, confidential. Tessa stepped closer. Her eyes locked on the words like they might vanish if she blinked. Her hands trembled slightly as she took the file from Callahan. No one said a word. Blitz remained by her side, still and alert. The air in the room felt heavier, like even the dust was holding its breath. Tessa sat down on a weathered wooden chair, her back pressed against the wall. She opened the file. The first few pages were what she expected. Clean, tight handwriting. Rigid. Clinical. The kind that belonged to someone who had spent years in the military. There were pages of technical logs, columns of test data, diagrams of neural response maps, and memory stimulation sequences. But then, the tone began to shift. The handwriting loosened. The words turned inward. Not colder, but messier, like the person writing them wasn't just documenting a procedure anymore, but trying to reckon with something they couldn't name. Day 47. She asked me why the door is always locked. I lied to her. And each time I do, I feel myself shrink in her eyes. Day 58. Subject 9 responds to language stimulation faster than expected. But the way she clings to Blitz when she's scared, there's no chart to record that. Day 76. I turned off the camera last night, just so she could sleep, without that damn light in her face. Tessa read every word. Slowly, tenderly. And then the tears came. They didn't fall all at once, just one at a time, soaking quietly into the page. The ink smudged. A few lines blurred beneath her trembling breath. The journal wasn't long, but the final page. It carried the weight of the whole book. A single sentence. The handwriting suddenly uneven, rushed, like it had been written in a moment that shook everything else loose. Some memories aren't meant to be forgotten, only redrawn. Tessa's fingers hovered over the line, then gently touched it. She didn't cry out, didn't make a sound. But it was clear, something inside her had shifted. Not broken. Not shattered. But no longer standing the same way it once had. Blitz moved forward, quietly. He rested his head on her lap. No movement. No noise. Just a warm breath through the fabric of her jeans. A quiet kind of presence that settled right where the emptiness had lived for 30 years. And for the first time, Tessa realized it had been there all along. The room held its breath. No sobs, no reassurances, no promises made. Just the presence of a loyal dog and a daughter reading for the first time what her father never got the chance to say. After a long silence, Tessa finally spoke. Her voice was barely louder than a whisper, but every word landed with quiet clarity. Maybe my father gave me up, but maybe he also wanted me to survive. Callahan stood still at the doorway. He didn't interrupt, didn't step closer. He simply watched, as if witnessing a kind of reunion that didn't need an embrace or tears to be real. Somewhere in that notebook, hidden among the numbers and protocol codes, was a man who never had the courage to be a father, but who still tried, in the only way he could, to protect a piece of his child's memory, even if it was just through the final strokes of a pen. When the rest of the room had nearly been cleared, Blitz suddenly turned toward the farthest, dimmest corner. No bark, no growl, just slow, measured steps. Blitz stopped at a low wooden panel, half buried in shadow, its paint faded into a soft, rust-colored flake. Callahan knelt beside him. He reached out, and with the softest click, the thin wood gave way beneath his fingers. It wasn't a drawer of records. It wasn't evidence. It was something else entirely. A single piece of folded paper. worn at the edges, like it had been touched too many times to count. Tessa took it carefully. She unfolded it slowly, and let out a breath that caught halfway through her throat. It was a pencil drawing. The lines were rough, uncertain, not drawn by an artist, but by someone desperately trying to capture something they didn't want to forget. A little girl with a lopsided ponytail, arms wrapped tightly around a dog. The girl's face wasn't fully drawn, but the dog's eyes were unmistakable. Massive, yet comforting, like a heartbeat you can lean into, and every breath he took reminded you he was real and still here. Tilted in the same way, Blitz was tilting his head now. Underneath the drawing, in slanted, shaky handwriting, were the words, "Everything you need to remember, Blitz will hold for you." No one spoke. Tessa moved toward Blitz, knelt beside him, and placed her hand on his back. She didn't move. Neither did Blitz. He only leaned into her slightly, as if he too understood that he was the last living thread between her and the past she'd never been allowed to keep. Callahan slowly stood, took a deep breath, then turned to the team of FBI agents waiting silently at the edge of the threshold. "This case," he said quietly, "is no longer just an investigation." He paused, eyes on the girl and the dog, still locked in stillness, like anchors in the storm. "This is about recovering a stolen memory, about helping someone find herself again, through a dog who never learned to speak, but never once stayed silent." No one objected. No one stepped in. Because in that moment, there were no more badges, no more ranks, no more protocols, just human beings, quietly witnessing the return of a truth that had once been buried, resurrected not with force or fury, but with something far smaller, far purer. Tessa lifted her head. Her eyes had softened. The trembling was gone. The anger, too. What remained was a young woman learning, maybe for the first time, that some things can't be fixed, but they can still be carried forward. She ran her fingers gently along Blitz's back, tracing the soft fur as if tracing her own memory, from the parts that were lost to the ones that had been waiting to be found. Then she leaned in and whispered just loud enough for Blitz to hear. "No one ever taught you this, but somehow you always knew." And there, in the small, quiet room, surrounded by old files and unspoken memories, one final piece slipped into place. But for Tessa, and for Blitz, the real journey was only beginning. Chapter 3. The Ghost of Subject 10. Callahan reached behind the back cover of Langford's old notebook. The pages had yellowed with age, the edges frayed like they'd passed through too many hands that didn't want to leave fingerprints. Tucked tightly into the spine was a thin file, clipped carefully into place, thick, stiff paper stock, with only 2 lines typed on the cover. Subject 10. Status: missing. Southbridge Orphanage, 1982. No seal, no date, just faded red ink, the kind that bleeds slowly over the years like it's trying to disappear, but never quite can. Tessa froze when she saw the scrawled handwriting along the bottom corner. Black ink, slightly crooked, leaning left. Find the one who remembered dogs. No name, no return address, no initials, but the handwriting, shaky and slanted, looked almost exactly like the final lines from her father's journal. Blitz stepped closer. He didn't bark. He didn't wag his tail. Blitz just pressed his forehead gently against the edge of the file and stood still, like he was listening to something buried deep inside the old paper. Callahan unfolded the accompanying map packet. Faded satellite images, the kind with pixelated shadows and grainy resolution, showed a wide tract of land circled in red marker. A label in dry military print read, Southbridge Orphanage, active 1971 to 1982. But scrawled underneath in blue ink, someone had crossed it out and replaced it with a single line. Now, Southbridge Mall, abandoned zone. Callahan flipped through the remaining pages. His jaw tightened. This place, it's the old mall we drove past last week, the one with the rusted-out parking structure. I didn't put it together before, but now I'm sure. Blitz stayed by the edge of the table. His head tilted slightly, ears alert, gaze locked on the map. No growling, no restlessness, just a stillness laced with memory. Tessa came up beside Blitz, quietly laying her hand on the back of his neck. Her voice was barely above a breath, as if she were speaking more to herself than anyone else. Blitz has been there before. He remembers the smell. And in that single sentence, something shifted. Because Blitz didn't just react. Blitz remembered, and wherever this trail led, it wouldn't be Callahan taking point. It would be Blitz, and whatever waited inside Southbridge, it had been waiting a long, long time. Outside the window, the late afternoon sun angled in gently, casting a soft layer of light across the table, reflecting off the paper now brittle with time. The room held its breath, as if even the air itself was waiting for something long buried to stir again. Callahan closed the file. His voice was low but steady. We need to go, not just to find Subject 10, but to understand how a child and a dog could vanish as if they never existed. Blitz stepped back. His ears twitched. The tip of his tail brushed against the leg of the chair. Blitz didn't need commands. Blitz just waited for the moment. Then he looked straight toward the door, as if to say, "This time, I'll lead." The car left the city center under a gray, overcast sky. From a distance, Southbridge Mall rose out of the field like a giant, decaying monument, a shell of crumbling concrete and rusted steel. The tin roof was peeling, the faded sign hung askew, and the glass doors were long gone, leaving behind only cold, empty frames. They stepped out, and Blitz was the first to touch the cracked ground. Wind swept through the abandoned pillars, dragging dust and knee-high weeds across the open lot. Once, this had been a place of laughter, of echoing footsteps and bright lights. Now, it was a graveyard of forgotten ads, flaking walls, and faded silhouettes, like ghost stories etched in concrete. Tessa said nothing. She walked slowly through the main corridor, her fingertips tracing the edge of a cracked wall. Every step felt like sinking into some old layer of memory she couldn't quite name. A faint strip of yellow paint peeked through the moss and mold clinging to the wall. She stopped cold. Her palm pressed against what used to be the entrance to the orphanage nursery. "You okay?" Callahan asked gently, eyes still on Blitz. Blitz didn't stop. Blitz moved with purpose, every step calculated toward the center courtyard. There, set slightly below ground level, was a round concrete slab, a manhole, camouflaged beneath a thick coat of leaves and dust. Nobody had noticed it. Until Blitz did. He stepped up to the edge, touched it with his nose, then let out a single sharp bark. Not urgent, not panicked, just clear. There's something down there. Callahan knelt. He brushed away the moss, revealing rust-colored lines where metal met stone. At that moment, the sun broke through the clouds, casting just enough light to catch a faint inscription etched into the concrete. Number 10. The marking was rough, carved by something sharp. Not deep, but unmistakable. Callahan narrowed his eyes. He tapped the surface. A hollow ring answered back. Not a sewer. A chamber. Tessa stepped closer, her gaze drawn to a set of shallow scratches along the rim. They weren't random. They formed a semicircle, evenly spaced. She turned to Blitz. Claw marks, she whispered, afraid she might be right. Callahan nodded. Medium-sized dog. Scratches match the arc of a front paw, either trying to get out or begging to come in. Blitz sat beside the hatch. He didn't bark again, didn't move, just lifted his head and looked at them both, waiting. Not for a command, but for them to trust the part of him that had always remembered, even when no one else did. Tessa lowered herself beside Blitz, resting her hand gently on his head. There was no more shaking in her voice. "We have to open it. Someone down there. Once waited to be found." No one pushed back. No hesitation. In that moment, in the middle of an abandoned mall swallowed by dust and silence, a German shepherd had become the compass for a truth that had never made it to the records. The FBI survey team arrived within the hour. Ground-penetrating radar was set up directly over the spot Blitz had marked. Layer after layer scanned beneath the earth, revealing faint outlines across the laptop screen. One technician pointed to the bottom right corner, murmuring, "There's something here." "Hollow. Looks like a slanted groove." Callahan leaned closer, scanning the thermal map. The concrete below wasn't uniform like the rest of the pavement. It seemed poured over something. A passage? A chamber? The technician suggested a drill point. Not directly on the manhole, in case the structure collapsed. Instead, just to the side, where the radar indicated a thinner layer. The drill spun slowly at first, then picked up speed. The machine's growl hummed through the wind. Blitz stayed close, eyes locked on the operation, never stepping away. Every few minutes, Blitz would circle the hatch, nose pressed to each seam, then return to his post like a sentinel guarding a buried oath. The concrete proved tougher than expected. Nearly 8 inches thick, laced with stone aggregate. Every time the bit hit a solid rock, the machine rattled and had to pause for cooling. But no one complained. No one gave up. They all knew something was down there. Dogs don't stop by accident. And claw marks don't appear in places the maps have tried to erase. After nearly 3 hours, the drill finally struck air. A hollow thump echoed upward, undeniable. They stopped, marked out a rectangular cut along the surface, then vacuumed the debris, carefully pried the edges, and lifted the slab. Below was a narrow void, not wide, just enough for a crouched adult to slip through, and in the dark corner below, a rusted metal staircase revealed itself, one step at a time. Dust coated everything. The rails clung with rust like dried blood hardened over years. A damp, choking smell surged upward. It was thick and old, like the air beneath had been sealed shut for decades. Wind from above didn't reach it. But the scent of the sealed past knew how to rise, and every breath nearby halted by instinct. Blitz didn't wait. Blitz stood up, walked straight to the edge, didn't bark, didn't look back, just stepped forward with the kind of steady resolve that only comes from waiting. Far too long. Tessa watched him disappear below, then followed quietly. She didn't bring a flashlight, didn't carry a weapon. Her hand rested on Blitz's back, not to guide him, but to steady herself. From above, the flashlight beams cast long shadows down the stairwell, stretching over decades of silence. Callahan followed last, checking his sidearm, though he knew this wasn't a mission built for force. This was a descent into the place where time itself had once been shut away. And like always, it was Blitz leading them in. The rusted stairs groaned beneath each footstep. Tessa moved right behind Blitz, her hand still resting lightly along his spine, not to anchor him, but to feel it. To feel which heart was beating harder, hers or Blitz's. And just like that, they crossed the threshold, into what the world had forgotten. But Blitz never did. The space beneath the mall wasn't deep. But the moment they stepped through, it felt like they'd crossed into another layer of time. Not just years, something heavier. Like they'd walked into a memory that had been waiting. At the far end of the basement, there was no door, just a concrete wall with a corroded metal latch wedged into it. One of the techs stepped up with a steel rod, wedged it under the seam, and gently pried. It didn't take much. The wall gave way with a soft click, almost like even it had grown tired of holding silence for so long. The room behind it was smaller than anyone expected, maybe 10 square meters, barely 2 meters high. No windows, no vents. The paint on the walls had faded, stained with old watermarks like rain had found its way in years ago and just stayed. But what stopped everyone cold were the drawings. Every wall was covered in crayon strokes, a big yellow sun, blue clouds, colorful flowers, and right in the center, drawn in soft, shaky lines, a little girl, long hair scribbled with a blunt pencil, her hand resting on the head of a black and white dog with pointed ears. Just beneath it, in a child's unsteady handwriting, were 3 simple words. Eddie, still here. Tessa stepped inside slowly. Her eyes moved across every surface, wide but quiet. No one spoke. Blitz padded forward, walked straight to the wall, and stopped at the drawing. His nose gently touched the crayon dog. And then Blitz laid down. No barking, no scratching, no sudden movements, just stillness. Blitz lay there, curled beside the image, as if to say, "This is where someone was lost, and this is where someone still waits." Tessa turned to Callahan, her voice almost inaudible. Her eyes were rimmed with red, but her hands no longer trembled. "Do you see it?" she whispered. "No one taught Blitz this, but Blitz knows exactly where he is." In the corner sat a small cot. The blanket was folded, neat and square, like someone had tried so hard to keep order, in a place the world forgot to care about. On a low wooden table was a notebook, hardcover, edges frayed, pages yellowed, like they'd been waiting for decades without being touched. Tessa moved to it, gently lifted it with both hands, as if she was holding something that might crumble apart if she breathed too hard. She opened to the first page. Written in pencil, some lines dark, others faint. It looked like it was written by a child, or someone whose hands had started to shake. March 14th, no one came today. The door's still locked, but Eddie says it's safe here. Behind her, Callahan leaned in. His flashlight cast a soft glow across the page. He exhaled slowly. So, she really was here. Tessa didn't answer. She bowed her head and turned the pages, one by one. Some lines were full sentences, others were just fragments. Some were only drawings, a house, a door, a small hand holding the front paw of a dog. And even though no one said a word, you could feel it in the air. This wasn't just a room, it was a story that had never been told. And now, it had finally been heard. No one said it out loud, but they all felt it in their bones. This place used to be someone's whole world. A small world, locked away, forgotten. But now somehow being pieced back together, one memory at a time. And it was Blitz who found it. Blitz hadn't moved, still lying by the drawing on the wall, eyes steady, ears twitching softly each time a breeze whispered down the stairwell. The silence was almost surreal, the kind that made you feel like the whole world was holding its breath, waiting for a story to be told. Not with fanfare, not with noise, just with memory. Tessa slid down against the wall and sat on the cold floor. The notebook rested on her lap. Her fingers still trembled slightly as she turned each page, but no one rushed her. No one asked what they were hoping to find in that faded journal. She took a slow breath and started to read, softly, but clear enough to fill the room. They called me number 10, but I have a name. I just forgot it. Just one line. But the room shifted. Callahan looked up from his notes. His expression tightened, like he wanted to hold every word in place so it wouldn't slip away. Blitz raised his head toward Tessa. Didn't blink. Didn't look away. The pages that followed were the voice of a child, no proper punctuation. Misspelled words, but real and aching. Tessa continued, slower now. Eddie is my friend. Eddie can't talk, but Eddie understands everything. One time I cried, Eddie put his head on my leg. Nobody taught him that. But he knew. The next page was scribbled. The letters crooked, rushed, like it was written during a moment of fear. There's a chair. They call it the Flash. It's bright and it hurts my head. Every time I sit in it, my heart feels heavy, but I don't tell. Eddie says, just remember your name. But I forgot again. Tessa's voice cracked. A tear slipped from her cheek, landing right on the word Flash, blurring the pencil marks into a soft gray stain. Callahan moved closer and sat beside her. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. Tessa took another breath, steadied her voice, and kept going. There's a man with gray hair. He brings chocolate sometimes. He never smiles. But when I say Eddie's name, he doesn't get mad. He asks, do you remember anything else? I said, I remember how Eddie smells when he's wet. That day, he didn't make me sit in the chair. Silence settled again. Not empty, just full. Full of things they didn't have the words for. Tessa flipped carefully toward the back. The handwriting there had faded. Maybe the pencil was dull, or maybe it was written in near dark. She squinted, then slowly read the next line. Blitz came once. I saw his eyes. He remembered too. Tessa froze. Her eyes widened. Her breath caught in her throat. Then she turned to Blitz, almost afraid to believe it. Blitz? Her voice was barely a whisper. You were here. Blitz lifted his head. And for the first time in that quiet room, Blitz stepped forward, not toward the door, not toward Callahan, but toward the journal in Tessa's hands, as if something buried deep inside had been called awake, as if the dog remembered too. Blitz didn't move. But his ears folded down just slightly, like something about that name, that memory, had stirred something too deep to name. The boy who wrote this, Tessa whispered, her voice catching in her throat. He saw Blitz. He believed Blitz, remembered. Callahan rested his elbows on his knees, head bowed low, voice quiet but heavy. Then Blitz was brought here, maybe for testing, maybe something else. But that boy recognized Blitz, and Blitz recognized him back. Tessa turned to the final page. Just one sentence, tilted down in the far right corner, written in shaky, fading pencil. If I forget again, Eddie will remember for me. No one spoke, because nothing needed explaining anymore. That girl, the one they'd labeled Subject 10, the one whose name had been erased, whose days were filled with tests no one bothered to justify, still believed that her dog wouldn't forget. And Blitz, today, still lay by that wall drawing, eyes fixed on the same spot he once appeared in, drawn in the memory of a child who wasn't supposed to remember anything at all. No one taught Blitz this, but Blitz had always known. Callahan slowly moved around the room, taking it all in, every detail. The chipped paint, the hairline cracks above the doorway, the faint smudges of tiny handprints pressed into wax-streaked walls. He opened his own notebook, flipping through timelines they had logged over the past week. Then he paused at a line that hit harder than the rest. Blitz, recorded at Langford Base, March 1983. Callahan underlined it, then flipped to another page. Subject 10. Disappeared from Southbridge Orphanage, September 1982. 6 months apart. Callahan looked up. Blitz was still sitting against the wall, unmoving, his gaze soft, not fearful, not sad, but almost distant, as if reaching into a corner of memory only he could access. A place where names had no sound, but feelings never faded. It sent a chill up Callahan's spine. He turned to Tessa. What if Blitz was moved between facilities? What if Langford wasn't the start, just another stop? Tessa nodded slowly. Her voice was hoarse. Then Blitz really did meet Eddie. Silence again. But it wasn't hollow anymore. It was full of meaning, the kind that settled deep in your chest, the kind that made you feel like memory was a living thing, building itself back together, piece by piece, all because Blitz had chosen not to forget. Then, without a sound, Blitz stood. Not startled, not anxious, just steady. And his gaze locked on one spot in the room, a blank patch of wall, no drawings, no shelves, seamless at first glance, but Blitz didn't look away. He just stared, like he knew, like he remembered something was waiting there, hidden, kept quiet, and now, ready to be found. Then Blitz let out a single bark. Just one. Callahan raised a hand immediately. A technician stepped forward with a magnetic sensor, sweeping it slowly across the stretch of wall Blitz had indicated. A soft but steady beep echoed through the room. There's a hollow behind this layer, the tech said quietly. Could be a storage recess or a concealed secondary chamber. They slid in a fiber optic snake camera through a small drilled point. The monitor flickered to life, revealing a narrow hidden cavity, less than a meter high, just wide enough to fit a mid-sized metal box. It had been embedded behind the concrete, tucked into a place no one would expect to find anything in what once passed as a child's room. Tessa sat down beside Blitz, her hand gently resting on his back. Blitz didn't move, just breathed softly, still staring at that wall, the same steady gaze, the same quiet knowing, as if Blitz remembered every corner of this place better than the people who built it. Blitz, Tessa whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. Is this where Eddie left something, for the last time? Blitz didn't answer, but his silence, deep, still unwavering, was answer enough. The technician began drilling, slow, careful. Every turn of the tool deliberate, as if the wall itself were a relic that might break apart if pushed too hard. Dust filled the air, thickening in the light. The drill's low grind pulsed through the tight space, like the breath of time itself had been holding in too long, and was finally exhaling. Callahan stepped back, giving space, his eyes darting from the monitor to the crumbling wall. Then he looked at Tessa, still there, still grounded by Blitz, both of them like anchors holding time in place, while the room around them shifted. I think, Callahan began, voice soft but steady. Blitz isn't just holding on to memories. He paused, watching her. Blitz might be the only one who still remembers his name. Tessa nodded slowly. Her eyes were dry now, but her voice, barely a whisper, filled the forgotten room like a truth that had waited decades to be spoken. If Eddie ever remembered his name, because of Blitz. She placed her hand gently on Blitz's shoulder, her touch both a question and a prayer. Then maybe Blitz still carries it. Chapter 4. The Final Bark. Callahan didn't say a word. He turned toward the door, his fingers tightening around the ring of keys he hadn't yet returned. That was when the phone in his pocket buzzed, an incoming call from the federal office in Idaho. On the other end, a woman's voice came through, soft and trembling, like she wasn't quite sure if what she was doing was right. "There's a border collie," she said. "I adopted him more than 10 years ago, after the fire at the Boise Rescue Center. He didn't have a chip, no tags. No one knew where he came from. I called him Lucky, but he never reacted to that name, or any name, except once, when I accidentally said Finn." Callahan froze. Every sound in the room seemed to pull away from his ears, swallowed by the weight of that name. Finn. The name had appeared only once, buried in the final pages of Subject 10's journal, not as a label, not as a command, but as a quiet trust, meant for a dog who remembered names even when the world tried to erase them. Callahan asked quickly, "Coat color? The white streak behind the neck? A faint old scar on the left hind leg?" Every detail matched. Every single one. Tessa was already standing. She didn't need to hear the rest. Her eyes were fixed on Blitz, who still lay beneath the crayon mural on the wall. But now Blitz's ears had begun to twitch. Small, almost imperceptible movements, like the air itself was whispering that someone, was near. Something was coming. Something Blitz already knew. The transport van from Idaho rolled into Kingsborough just after noon. The sky was overcast, but it didn't rain. Finn rode in a secure crate, lined with soft cloth. In one corner was a worn-out pillow the woman from Boise insisted on sending along. "He slept with that for 11 years, she said. When the van doors opened, no one called out. No one beckoned. Finn stepped out slowly, but without hesitation. His eyes swept over the faces gathered in the old schoolyard. Then he stopped in front of Tessa. He didn't sniff. He didn't leap. He simply lowered his head and rested it gently against her knee, like a child recognizing someone they once knew, from a life long ago. Tessa didn't cry. She just reached out, touched Finn's ear, and slowly ran her hand down his back, inch by inch, as if confirming something no one dared believe was real. Blitz stood a few steps away. He didn't move forward, didn't interrupt. Blitz just watched Finn for a long time. Quiet, still, as if Blitz knew that his role was no longer to lead, but to pass on a name, right in the moment it needed to be remembered. No one spoke. The whole team simply stood there in the empty courtyard, surrounded by broken windows and the hush of wind threading through old corridors, carrying the scent of grass and damp wood rising from the underground chamber. And in a single, breathless moment, everything that had faded for over a decade came back into focus. A name, a dog, a memory that never gave up. Tessa leaned in, whispered into Finn's ear, "Welcome home, Eddie." The next day, the story spread across the country. Nearly every headline said the same thing, with slight variations. Cold War facility uncovered beneath school, thanks to a dog. Photos of Blitz standing by the sealed manhole, eyes fixed on the stairwell below, appeared in hundreds of major papers. Local stations recreated the entire investigation, from the old satellite maps to the handwritten pencil journal. But no one could recreate Blitz's gaze. That quiet, steady look Blitz gave Finn the moment he returned to the school. A look only those who've waited a lifetime could understand. Kingsborough, this small town tucked beneath the Eastern Range, suddenly found itself in the spotlight. But the locals didn't mind. They'd lived too long with unsolved spaces, interrupted stories, and names no one remembered clearly. Now, finally, the pieces had been called by their right names. A small memorial was held on the school grounds. No flowers, no long speeches. Just a few wooden chairs gathered around room 9, the classroom that once held the hallway to the underground. They'd renovated it, not into a museum, not into a formal exhibit, but something quieter, something honest. They called it the room between walls. The faded seafoam paint on the walls stayed. So did the crayon drawings, the sun, the grass, the smiling girl. No one touched them. No one traced over the lines. At the center of the room stood a large painting, hand-drawn and framed in old wooden beams salvaged from the stairwell. The painting showed 2 dogs. One, a German shepherd, sitting upright, ears sharp, eyes gazing into the distance. The other, a border collie, curled gently beside him, head resting on a patch of painted grass. They didn't need names underneath. Everyone already knew. Finn was there, not just in the painting, but for real. Lying quietly on the wooden floorboards, eyes half closed, his back rose and fell with the rhythm of slow, steady breaths. His ears flicked slightly at the sound of footsteps, but Finn didn't stand. He didn't need to. He was home. Blitz sat at the doorway. Not inside. His posture was upright, his eyes focused inward, but his body remained just outside the threshold. Tessa noticed. She didn't call to him, didn't urge him forward. She simply stood there behind Blitz, resting her hand gently on his back for a long, quiet moment. And maybe Blitz understood too. He wasn't the main figure in the painting. He wasn't the name remembered at the end of the story. Blitz was the one who brought everything back to where it belonged. When all had been made whole, when no one was forgotten, when even lost memories had found a place to live on, Blitz no longer needed to enter that room, because Blitz had already done enough. 1 week after the memorial, Kingsborough School opened its doors again, not to teach math or grammar, but to teach something else, to teach remembering. Room 9, now known as the room between walls, became a space for the children of the town to draw. No tests, no grades, no teachers watching over them, just paper, crayons, pencils, and permission to feel. They were encouraged to draw whatever made them think of someone, or any moment they were afraid might disappear if they didn't put it on paper. Some kids drew their grandparents. Others drew their dad's old flannel shirt. One child simply drew a leaf and wrote, "This is the leaf my mom kept in her book." Tessa sat quietly in the corner, her hand resting lightly on Blitz's back. Blitz lay curled beneath her feet, head slightly raised, ears twitching every time he heard the scrape of crayon on paper. A little girl with brown hair, about 6 years old, approached, holding her drawing tight in both hands, like she was afraid the wind might steal it. She sat down next to Blitz, tilted her head, and asked, "Miss, is Blitz your best friend?" Tessa paused. Not because it was a hard question, but because it touched something she'd never quite put into words. She looked into the girl's eyes, then turned to Blitz, still lying quietly, his gaze resting out the window. Tessa reached down, gently stroked Blitz's head, and nodded. "Not my best friend," she whispered. "He's the only one who never forgot what I forgot." The girl didn't say anything after that. She just scooted closer to Blitz and held out her drawing. It showed a mother holding her daughter's hand, walking through a forest. There was a dog behind them, not detailed, just a few lines and shapes, but it was enough for Blitz to tilt his head and close his eyes. Out back, beyond the courtyard, Callahan stepped away from the adults discussing repairs. He followed the low fence to the edge of the property. There, an old wooden sign still hung from a rusted iron post. The iron gate let out a soft creak as the breeze swept past, and the old wooden sign reading Southbridge Elementary dangled from its rusted iron post. the once bold lettering now chipped and worn away by years of sun, rain, and quiet neglect, as if time itself had tried to erase what once stood proudly there. Callahan stood motionless for a while, not raising his phone for a picture, not reaching for his radio or calling anyone, just letting the silence settle around him like a second skin, until finally he whispered to no one in particular, maybe not even to the world, but to the part of himself that still believed in finishing what was started. There's still something unfinished. Behind him, Blitz rose, not because someone told him to, not because a whistle blew or a command was issued, but simply because Blitz understood the shift in the air, as if his body responded before his mind could explain why, and that alone was enough. Tessa noticed, of course. She didn't ask any questions, didn't interrupt the moment with logic or worry, but instead stepped closer, touched the side of Blitz's neck with gentle fingers, and then looked toward Callahan, her voice steady and low as she asked, "You think we've found everything?" Callahan didn't turn around, didn't hesitate or second-guess, and though his back was to her, his voice carried the kind of quiet certainty that only comes from someone who's seen too much to pretend anymore. Not yet. But I think Blitz still knows the way. So, without ceremony, without fanfare, without a single person waving them off or watching from behind schoolyard fences, they set out once more, not in the way heroes depart in movies, but in the way those who carry memory as their compass always do, with one German shepherd walking several paces ahead, without a leash, without hesitation, because Blitz was never just a tracker, never just a piece of evidence or a participant in someone else's story, but the living vessel of things once buried, once lost, once nearly erased. Blitz wasn't there to be honored or remembered. He was there to remind someone else, somewhere else, of a truth the world had allowed to slip through the cracks. And so he moved on, not as a farewell, but as a continuation. Callahan's boots made quiet contact with the mist-dampened bricks of the schoolyard, his steps unhurried as the faint morning sun reflected off the metal plaque outside Room 9, the one that read, "The Room Between Walls," its surface still clinging to the dew of a night recently past, casting blurred halos of light onto the slick stones below, while the sound of children laughing floated faintly from the old wing, though Callahan barely registered it, because his eyes had already locked on the figure standing across the street. There, just beyond the curb, was a young woman, completely still, draped in a sand-colored coat that fluttered gently at the hem as the wind teased the fabric, her dark brown hair slightly tousled beneath a loose hood, revealing only part of her pale brow, and beside her stood a border collie, tall and poised, no leash, no tension in the stance, just presence. She didn't look at Callahan. She didn't move. She didn't call out or offer a gesture, or seem to need acknowledgement of any kind. Her eyes were fixed on Blitz, and in that gaze there was no question, no request, no demand, only recognition. Quiet and total. Blitz, still stationed near the doorway of Room 9, didn't bark or flinch or tilt his ears in alarm. He just turned his head once, slowly, deliberately, and met her gaze across the distance. And in that single movement was all the unspoken history of two lives that had once touched, and, for the briefest moment, touched again. Callahan froze. A gust of cold wind stung his hands and tightened the skin around his jaw. He blinked, and by the time his feet reached the edge of the street where she had stood, the space was empty. She was gone. There was no trace left behind. Not even the faintest silhouette fading into the mist. Only the morning fog pouring across the road, thin and white like smoke, and the kind of stillness that made it feel like no one had ever stood there at all. Callahan scanned the area, his voice barely above a whisper as he called, "Tessa?" But the silence held. No answer. Just the soft hush of the wind brushing against forgotten buildings. His steps slowed beneath an old, crooked billboard, tilted almost to collapse. The paint was flaking, the wood rotting. But right in the center, where time had carved its memory into the grain, was a single line. Fresh, unmistakable, written in black marker, sharp and clear in italic script. Still here, still watching. Callahan froze. A gust of wind slipped down the back of his collar. His hands clenched slightly, instinctively. His eyes flicked toward room 9, where Blitz was still standing silently by the door. But Blitz wasn't looking at him. Blitz hadn't moved. Blitz was still watching the spot where the girl had disappeared, ears gently twitching in the wind, eyes wide open, unblinking, like Blitz was waiting for something, a signal, a confirmation. Or maybe just someone Blitz couldn't forget. Callahan didn't call Blitz back. He didn't need to. He understood. Because perhaps Blitz had realized it too, that not all encounters are meant to bring closure. Some meetings happen to remind us that something is still unfolding, even when we can't see it anymore. So Callahan stepped back, quietly. He stood beside Blitz, saying nothing, just watching the mist alongside him, as if the two of them were holding a silent promise. For someone still here. A federal agent approached briskly. He gave a short update. Blitz had shown persistent behavior near the patch of land behind the row of old brick walls. No scratching, no barking, just standing still, staring, like Blitz was waiting for a door to open. The order to excavate came down that same morning. A technical team moved in, carefully chipping away at the thick cement that sealed the wall. Dust filled the air as drills hummed against resistance. Then, finally, a cavity emerged. Not large, just wide enough for a person to duck down and crawl through. But what lay behind it wasn't a maintenance shaft. It wasn't ventilation. It was a room, an actual underground room, hidden, unnamed, with no main door, no label, no mention on any architectural plan. The walls were painted in the same pale, flaking green as room 9 upstairs, and on those walls were drawings, childlike, scattered, raw, crayon strokes, pencil smudges, fingerprints dragged through the dust, tracing shapes only memory could explain. Then they saw it, one image, more vivid than the rest. A drawing that stopped every single person in their tracks. 2 dogs, one German shepherd standing at the doorway, one border collie curled up beneath the legs of a faceless figure. And beneath the drawing, 3 bold lines etched in uneven, childlike capital letters. Still here, still watching, still remembering. No one spoke. Only the soft echo of footsteps lingered in the narrow space, brushing against old concrete and memory. There were no bodies, no papers, no electronics or recording devices. Just a single worn-out pillow, sunken deeply on one side, like someone had laid there over and over for a very long time. And right beside it, a black leather leash, the kind used in military K-9 training. Its handle still bore the faint impression of worn claw marks, as if gripped tight for years by the jaw of a dog that knew how to guard and wait. Tessa knelt down without a word. Her fingers brushed against the wall. She followed the rough edges of the crayon outline around Blitz's drawn legs, slowly tracing the ghost of the gesture, until her hand stopped at the space left blank between the 2 dogs. She placed her palm flat on that untouched section of wall. No color, no graphite, no lines, but somehow the most vivid part of all. The space was meant for someone. Someone who had once sat there. Someone who had drawn these moments, captured these fragments, so that this memory would never disappear again. Her voice came soft, wind thin, but steady enough that everyone heard. She never left. And Blitz stepped forward for the first time since the hidden chamber had been opened. No sniffing, no searching. Blitz simply walked to the pillow, stopped, and sat down. Back straight. Still. Not another move. Callahan turned away. Quietly, like even he needed a private breath. A technician approached, curious, stepping gently towards the wall to inspect the drawings, until Blitz let out a single low growl. Not loud, not threatening, but clear enough to make the man stop, then instinctively step back. Blitz didn't turn his head, didn't move a muscle. Blitz just kept watching the wall. The place where the shape of Subject 10 still lingered. Not as a photo, not as data, but in blurred wax lines drawn by trembling hands. Callahan didn't try to explain it, didn't try to shape it into some neat, rational theory. Because he finally understood some stories don't need to be solved, they just need to be remembered. So he asked nothing more, didn't approach right away, just stood there for a long time, in silence, watching Blitz watch the room with a stillness that didn't feel like instinct. It felt like the quiet fulfillment of a promise. Maybe from the very first day they returned to Kingsborough, Callahan had seen Blitz as a working dog. Brilliant, yes, uncanny even, but still, in the end, a creature trained for task, like the dozens of other K9s he'd met in his years. But now, standing in this newly uncovered space, among these silent memories etched into crumbling walls, with the scent of damp earth and something unspoken still hanging in the air, he knew that wasn't the whole truth. And as if sensing the moment, Blitz rose, each step deliberate, careful not to touch anything that remained, like even his paws understood how fragile this memory was, how easily it could be disturbed. Then Blitz walked toward the narrow gap, the one that led deeper into the newly discovered passage. The scent of stone dust still lingered in the air, and the faint flicker of flashlight beams hadn't completely faded when Blitz lowered himself to the ground. No barking, no whining, no glance to anyone around. Blitz just laid there, resting his chin gently on his front paws, eyes wide open, locked straight ahead into the shadows of the passageway. No one dared break the silence. There was something sacred unfolding in that moment. Something that didn't need words, that didn't belong to noise. Tessa stepped up behind Callahan and stopped. She didn't call out to Blitz. She didn't need to. All she did was stand there beside him. Because both she and Callahan understood that this wasn't a moment for humans to interrupt. It was a moment to witness and to remember. Callahan knelt slowly, placing a hand on Blitz's shoulder. His palm settled into the thick fur that had turned coarse and sun-bleached over years of wind and work, firm, solid, and warm, like the pages of an old book still holding the breath of someone who once wrote on them. "Blitz," Callahan whispered, his voice catching in his throat. "You're not just a service dog. You're the keeper of America's memory." Blitz didn't turn. One ear twitched, just slightly, but his eyes stayed fixed forward. And in that space, where the flashlight beams had gone dim, where the echoes of combat boots and scanning radars had long since faded, where only children's crayon drawings and a dust-covered pillow remained, Blitz's presence became something more than a loyal dog. Blitz became a reminder that some parts of history don't live in textbooks, don't get televised, and don't have anyone left to protect them. Except a dog. Tessa took one step back, her eyes never leaving Blitz. And in that moment she didn't see the working dog who'd chased criminals, tracked suspects, or stood beside armed agents. What she saw now was something deeper. Blitz was the gatekeeper of memory, the steady hand of a forgotten era that had never truly let go. The camera pulls back slowly, through the cracked hallway, past the flickering emergency lights, past Callahan, half shrouded in the gloom, and then settles on Blitz, alone, lying by the mouth of the newly discovered passage, eyes watching the unknown distance ahead. No training manual prepared him for this, no badge pinned to his collar, no medal waiting at the end of it all. Just knowing. He knew. He had always known. And Tessa's voice, soft as wind, brushed across the cold concrete wall. Blitz didn't need training to do this. Blitz has known all along. Some memories don't exist in files. Some guardians never speak. Blitz wasn't just a dog. Blitz was the embodiment of silent loyalty, of bravery that didn't need applause. What Blitz did today wasn't for recognition, wasn't for fame. It was to remind us that the most precious things in this world are often found in stillness, in memory, in the gaze of a dog who never left his post. If you're watching this video and you feel something, maybe a quiet ache, a sense of gratitude, or just something deeply human in Blitz's eyes, then share this story, so that more people will understand. Kindness doesn't vanish. Loyalty doesn't fade. Love doesn't die. Sometimes they're just waiting for someone to remember. And if you've ever had a dog like Blitz, a child had been abused for years. No one listened. No one believed. Not until the old German shepherd, Rocky, hurled himself through the door and barked into the stillness of the night. That bark was the one thing that triggered the emergency alarm and brought the rescue team before sunrise. Rocky didn't growl. Rocky didn't bite. Rocky simply looked, and in that look, he spoke for a child who had never been allowed to speak. But what made an old dog, with one paw already in the grave, dare to rise and stand against his own master? Willowbend wasn't a big town. You could walk from one end to the other in a single slow afternoon. But the cold here, the cold never hurried. It clung to coat collars, slipped through door cracks, and misted up window panes every early morning. It was the kind of cold that didn't need snow to make people fall quiet. The houses lined both sides of the main street, scattered like old postcards. The windows rarely opened. Children didn't play outside. Adults passed each other with small nods, never words. In Willowbend, even breathing seemed quieter. At the far end of that street stood a house with a roof the color of worn coins, its walls streaked with moss. The windows were sealed shut with heavy, yellowing curtains. The wooden fence leaned crookedly, and the rusty iron gate groaned every time the wind pushed through. It was a house without laughter. Without music, no one went in, no one came out, and no one really wanted to know what went on inside. Ezra lived there. He was only 5, small for his age, with pale skin and fine, messy hair that clung to his forehead. He often sat curled up by the window, knees hugged to his chest, those wide, empty eyes staring into the mist-covered backyard like he was waiting for something that would never come. No one knew what he was thinking. No one knocked to find out. He didn't speak, didn't cry, didn't smile. He just sat there, like a shadow caught in a world too big, too cold, and far too silent. The woman who lived in that house with him, Clarissa, was Ezra's stepmother. To outsiders, Clarissa was immaculate. Softly curled hair, modest dresses that hugged just right, and a voice that dripped politeness. When guests came over, she smiled brightly, offered tea, praised the weather, talked about pies and cookies like she lived in a storybook. No one questioned her. She had a way of carrying herself that made the neighbors say, "Now there's a responsible woman." But her eyes never smiled, and behind the closed doors of that house, that warm, sugary smile disappeared. Ezra knew that better than anyone. But he never said a word, because no one ever asked. The old German shepherd who lived with them had once been a soldier. Years ago, Rocky served in the state's K-9 unit, sharp, brave, loyal to the bone. He'd sniffed out bombs, led rescue teams through floods, pulled people out of wreckage. There was a time when just saying his name made uniformed officers kneel down, scratch his back, and say, "This one's not just a dog, he's a brother." But time caught up. Rocky retired. His eyes grew cloudy, his hearing dulled. The once steady Paws now dragged a little to one side when he walked. An old contact arranged for Rocky to be taken in by Clarissa's household. She had just married Ezra's father and said, "It might be nice for the boy to have a dog around." So Rocky came, like a relic from a glorious past. But time has a way of fading not just memories, but hearts too. These days, Rocky stayed in the back porch corner, tied to a fraying rope no longer than 5 feet. His spot was a worn plastic mat next to a water bowl that was often dry and a food dish that only sometimes held a handful of cheap kibble. When someone asked about him once, Clarissa simply said, "He's too old to protect anything now." But Ezra likes the dog, so I keep him around for company. Rocky lived quietly. He didn't bark. He didn't misbehave. He didn't ask for anything. But every morning, and again when the sky turned soft in the evening, the moment the back door creaked open, even just a sliver, Rocky would lift his head. And for a second, behind those cloudy eyes, something familiar would flicker. A little light, a little focus, always watching, always waiting, always following the small figure of Ezra with his gaze. When Ezra sat on the steps, Rocky would lie beside him, not pressed close, not interrupting, just near enough to share the same breath. When Ezra stayed silent, Rocky didn't move. But if a breeze made Ezra shiver, Rocky would inch a little closer. If the boy coughed, Rocky's head would tilt, ears drooping with quiet concern. In a world where no one asked, no one believed, no one truly cared, Rocky's eyes were the only thing that ever felt real. He didn't need words. He didn't need to be petted. He just needed to be there, his gaze saying everything. "If you need me, I'll be right here." Ezra never called Rocky by name, but every time he turned around, he always knew. The dog was behind him. And for a 5-year-old who didn't trust anyone anymore, that was enough. That morning, the sky hung low and gray, clouds stretching across the backyard like a ceiling that wouldn't lift. Ezra sat on the back step, knees pulled to his chest, eyes drifting toward the patchy lawn. Rocky lay next to him, his head resting on his paws, breath slow and steady, both of them quiet, as always, because words weren't needed. A doorbell rang at the front of the house. Clarissa hurried to answer it, tucking her hair behind her ear and plastering on a smile like sunshine. The delivery man handed her a large cardboard box. She thanked him, her voice all sweetness and syrup. "Cold out this morning, huh? Must be tough doing this job so early. Bet your wife worries, doesn't she?" The man gave a polite, awkward chuckle, unsure how to respond. Clarissa beamed again. "I just baked this morning. Stop by tomorrow and I'll send you off with something warm, okay?" The door closed. The lock clicked shut. And just like that, the cheerful face vanished, like someone slipping out of costume backstage. She stepped into the kitchen. Her eyes darkened. Then she saw Ezra still near the back door. "What are you doing just sitting there?" she said. Her tone wasn't loud, but every word landed like a cut. "You got nothing better to do?" Ezra flinched, stumbled to his feet. "Look at that. Newspapers all over the floor since morning. Are you blind? Or waiting for them to crawl into the trash on their own?" The boy dropped his head, hands trembling as he bent down to gather the scattered pages. "And the table," Clarissa added, stepping closer. "It looks like a rat's nest." She grabbed a dishcloth and threw it at his feet. "If I see one more dirty print on that thing, you'll regret it." Ezra didn't speak. He just clutched the edge of the cloth in both hands. "I'm being nice today," she whispered, leaning in close, her voice smooth and chilling. "Next time you play dumb, I'll show you just how cold that wooden chair can be." Ezra stood up slowly and began to wipe the table. He was just a little thing, holding a broom nearly as tall as he was. Clarissa didn't scream, she didn't hit, but her eyes always cut like blades, and her voice carried the sharp edge of scissors, always ready to slice through whatever patience a child had left. When Ezra accidentally knocked over the salt shaker, Clarissa said nothing. She simply stared at him, 3 full seconds that felt like a lifetime, then silently pointed towards the storage room at the end of the hall. Ezra lowered his head and walked in. The door didn't lock. It never did. But everyone in that house knew, once you were in, you weren't supposed to come out. Outside, the drizzle had started. Rain tickled the air with a soft whisper. Rocky still lay beneath the back awning, one side of his coat growing damp. But he didn't move. He didn't seek a drier spot. His old, tired eyes stayed fixed on that wooden door at the end of the hallway, the one that now held Ezra inside. No barking, no shifting. Just an unwavering gaze, quiet and steady enough to make the whole world outside stop and listen. Then, a sharp crack echoed from the kitchen, followed by silence. The glass slipped from Ezra's fingers and shattered on the tile floor. A dozen jagged pieces sparkled beneath the ceiling light, frozen in the moment of their fall. Ezra stood motionless, wide-eyed, his trembling hand reaching out too late, like he could still take it back. From across the room, Clarissa didn't flinch. She stood by the stove, still stirring the soup, spoon in hand. She didn't yell. Not yet. She pressed her lips together, set the spoon down with eerie gentleness, wiped her hands on a white dish towel, then walked toward him. Slowly, deliberately, like she was strolling through a garden, until she stood inches away. "What the hell was that?" Ezra didn't answer. He looked down. Fists clenched. His voice came out like a breath. "I'm sorry." "Sorry, my ass!" she snapped, grabbing his arm with a grip so tight the color drained from his skin. "You even know how much that glass cost? I bought it last week. Or did you smash it on purpose just to piss me off?" "I didn't." "You always say you didn't," she hissed. Then she yanked him hard, dragging him by the arm down the hallway. His slippers scraped along the floor behind him. "I told you this house isn't for idiots like you." The storage room door flew open. Clarissa shoved Ezra inside, hard enough that his back slammed into the wall. The door slammed shut behind him. And for a second, silence. Then, crack. Single sound. Dry. Brutal, like something splitting open inside a chest. Crack. A second time. It hissed through the air and landed square on the soft skin of a 5-year-old child. Crack. No pause. No hesitation. Clarissa didn't yell. She didn't make a scene. She hit like she was doing something routine, steady, cold, and cruel. Each strike was like a blade cutting through a space no one could see. Each snap of leather rang out like a nail being hammered into the invisible world, where Ezra had learned to stay silent just to survive. He bit down on his lip, fingers gripped the edge of his shirt. He tried not to cry, tried not to make a sound. But the whip didn't stop. It lashed, lifted, sliced the air again, as if Clarissa was emptying out every bitter breath she had ever stored inside her. Outside, Rocky barked until his voice turned raw. He howled, tearing up his throat, throwing his aging body against the wooden boards of the back door. His dark claws scraped long, desperate grooves into the frame, like if he dug deep enough, he could claw his way to the boy inside. Crack! No one heard. No one came. And in that small, dark room, no lights, no windows, the sound of the leather strap kept rising and falling. A rhythm twisted out of shape. A language only children with no one to ask, no one to answer, ever truly learn. Then, a beat of silence. Rocky sprang up, growling now, a deep, primal sound that didn't come from instinct, but from pain. He lunged toward the back door, barking like his chest would explode. Each paw slammed the boards like he meant to rip the house in half. But no voice called out from inside. Just the whip, still carving its sick rhythm in the dark. And the boy, still biting his lip, still trying to be invisible. But Rocky was no longer just the quiet shadow curled on the porch. His legs, stiff with age, forced themselves upright. His body stood firm, trembling with fury. The fur along his spine bristled in sharp ridges. His eyes, once foggy and dulled by time, now lit up, not with fear, but with something older, deeper, something that hurt. Rocky growled, low, long. From deep within his chest it rose like thunder rolling through a storm. This wasn't a warning. It was recognition. Rocky knew. Something inside told him exactly what was happening behind that wall. And then, he barked, sharp, urgent, unrelenting, like a siren torn from the heart of something that couldn't bear it anymore. Rocky charged. His claws scraped against the door again and again. He tore at it, paint flying, wood splintering, his nails splitting until blood showed. He didn't stop. Not until the noise inside ceased. Not until Clarissa finally stopped the whip. "Shut up!" she shouted, flinging the door open, her face twisted with rage. "I said shut up!" But Rocky didn't budge. He growled louder now, lips curled back, teeth bare. His four paws dug into the concrete. His body planted itself in the doorway, a wall of muscle and old scars. He didn't bark anymore. He just stood there, unmoving, daring her to take one more step. Let me know when you're ready for the next part. The storm inside this story has only just begun. Clarissa reached for the broom leaning nearby. Without hesitation, she swung the wooden handle and slammed it across Rocky's back. Thud. The sound of wood against flesh, hard, sharp, unforgiving. Rocky let out a sharp cry, a sound not of fear, but of pain. But he didn't retreat. He didn't back down. He stood his ground, only pausing for a heartbeat. Then he growled again, louder this time, deeper, with something burning behind it. His legs trembled just slightly, but his eyes never left her. Not for a second. Clarissa froze. She wasn't afraid, not quite. But what made her stop was that look. That old dog's eyes locked on hers, full of quiet fury, a gaze that said, "I'll take every hit, just don't you dare touch that room again." After a few seconds, Clarissa kicked the door hard with the side of her boot. "Fine! Keep him, you crazy mutt!" she spat. "Go cuddle with your little freak." The door slammed shut. Ezra was free. His face was bruised. Thin red welts streaked across his shoulders, his arms, his back. A small cut had opened just below his eye, right where the skin was softest. He didn't cry. He just tilted his head, slowly, and looked at Rocky. He didn't say a word. Then he turned, walked to the built-in cupboard at the end of the room, opened the small wooden door, crawled inside. He didn't lock it, didn't even shut it all the way. He just curled up inside, like the outside world had run out of places that could be gentle to him. Rocky followed. But he didn't push his way in. He simply lay down at the cupboard's door, blocking the entrance with his body. His head dropped to the edge of the wood, ears drooping low, resting right in the spot where Ezra's quiet little heart was curled up inside. No one spoke. But in that tight, musty, airless space, something larger settled in. Two souls, left behind by the world, finding each other in silence. Ezra trembled. Not from the cold. His body had already given up on feeling that. From his spine to his shoulders, his skin burned. Each inch throbbed like fire licking over bruises. Even the slightest shift sent a jolt through him. His eyes stung, tears welling but never quite falling. His small fingers gripped the hem of his shirt at his chest, like he was trying to hold on to something. Then he let go, shaking, reaching for anything, anyone. But the dark gave nothing back. The house returned to its usual state, still, so still you could hear the wind whistling through the cracks in the windows. But this silence wasn't peace, it was thick, like smoke, like fog. It clung to hair, to skin, to the bruises on a child's back. Footsteps echoed in the hallway. Clarissa walked past, the broom still in her hand. Her heels tapped across the tiles in perfect rhythm. Rocky growled, not loud, but low, steady. His lips peeled back to reveal jagged teeth, worn down, chipped in places, but still sharp enough to stop a heart. Clarissa glanced down, full of contempt, but she didn't stop. And Rocky, eyes clouded with age, still stared through her, like he saw straight past her skin and into the truth. Like he knew, if she tried that again, he'd give everything he had left to stop her. Back inside the cupboard, Ezra stayed curled up. And then, barely audible, barely real, he whispered, like he was speaking in a dream to someone who might still care. "I didn't mean to break the glass." A choked sob escaped Ezra's lips. He reached for his shoulder. The welts still burned, blistered, some already crusted with dried blood. When his fingertips brushed against one of them, the pain cracked through him like thunder in a hollow chest. And finally, the tears came. Not in sobs, just breathless, sharp exhales and a trembling jaw, silent, shameful. And in front of him, the eyes of an old German shepherd, quietly standing guard over a child who had never been allowed to fall apart. The next morning, the sky was still gray. Fog clung to the window glass, refusing to lift. Ezra didn't eat. He sat quietly on the corner of his bed, back against the wall, one hand holding a blank sheet of paper, the other gripping a box of colored pencils, most of them broken to stubs. Rocky lay just a few steps away, his head resting on his front paws, eyes half shut. But the moment Ezra cracked open the lid of that pencil box, Rocky lifted his head, fully alert, watching, like he knew this part of the ritual by heart. Ezra started drawing. His hand trembled slightly, but he tried to be steady. The pencil scratched softly against the paper, carving quiet circles, big, small, overlapping. One circle, shaded in bruised purple and blue. Below it, smears of charcoal black. Beside that, a stick figure with no face, holding something long, maybe a stick, maybe something else. And next to it, a dog, all in gray, no eyes. Ezra didn't go to school. Clarissa had once said, "A kid like you at school? Waste of money, waste of everyone's time." Whenever she caught him doodling on the walls, she'd tear the paper, snap the pencils, yank his hair and bark, "I told you, no drawing. You want me to teach you another way?" So now, Ezra only drew when he was sure she wasn't home. Every line he sketched felt like a small crime he let breathe in secret. When he finished, Ezra stared at the picture for a while. His eyes narrowed, not in judgment, but like he was trying to read something familiar in those shapes, something he couldn't name out loud. Then he folded the paper in half, carefully slid off the bed, and reached under it, deep, into the space Clarissa never checked. The hiding spot, tucked beside a pair of moldy old shoes and a sock that still had a rusty stain from the first time she hit him hard enough to make his nose bleed. That's where he kept them all, his drawings, his confessions. That afternoon, the sky darkened with a heavy, low-hanging gray, the kind that pressed down like it was warning you something was coming. A silver pickup truck pulled up to the house at the end of Willow Bend Street. The door opened. Ilara stepped out. A woman in her early 30s, dark brown hair pulled back, long-sleeved shirt, sturdy boots. In her hand, a letter-sized envelope with a red ink seal from the Millridge County Animal Welfare Department. Ilara didn't have soft eyes. She had sharp ones, the kind that had seen too many homes with too many lies. She walked up the brick path, envelope tapping lightly against her knuckles. Then she knocked on the door. A moment later, Clarissa answered. Face bright, smile practiced, cheeks flushed like she'd just come from baking muffins. "Can I help you?" she asked, voice sugar-sweet. Ilara held out the envelope. "I'm with County Animal Welfare. We received a report about a large dog, Rocky, living at this address. This is a notice of an unscheduled inspection based on a possible abuse complaint. I need you to read it carefully." Clarissa took the envelope, still smiling. "Oh my, I bet someone heard Rocky barking the other night and got the wrong idea." She opened the envelope right there. Her eyes scanned the paper quickly. But behind the eyes, something flickered. Not panic, not yet, but something else. "Ilara, isn't it?" Clarissa's voice floated, sweet and gentle. "Please, come in. I'll make you some tea. Rocky's a sweetheart. Old, sure, but no one's been hurting him, I promise. You'll see for yourself." Ilara stepped inside. Her eyes scanned the living room with quiet precision. The floor gleamed. The curtains were pulled perfectly straight. A protective slipcover hugged the sofa cushions like no one had sat on them in weeks. Everything looked tidy. Too tidy. But the smell, a sour mix of bleach and old meat, didn't match the scene. Under the back awning, Rocky still lay motionless. His foggy eyes tracked Ilara the moment she passed. He didn't bark, didn't move, but he never stopped watching. And Ilara didn't say a word. She simply pulled out her small notebook and jotted something down. It wasn't what she saw that made her pulse shift. It was what she didn't. This house was too quiet. She turned toward Rocky. The old dog hadn't moved, head on his paws, eyes locked not on her, but on something or someone behind her. Ilara followed his gaze. Ezra. The boy stood half-hidden behind the doorframe, his small frame curved like he'd been taught not to take up space. Just a glimpse, a flash of eyes. Then he disappeared again, so quickly it might have seemed imagined. Ilara moved toward Rocky and knelt beside him, slow and deliberate, like approaching something breakable. She extended a hand, not to touch, just to offer. Let him decide. Rocky didn't pull away, didn't inch closer either. He simply dipped his ears slightly, tilted his head, and let the moment happen. Ilara reached gently along his neck, then his shoulder blades, all routine, all normal, until she touched his left ear. She paused. Just beneath the coarse gray fur, tucked behind that old, weather-worn ear, her fingers brushed something round. Swollen, deep violet against the skin. A bruise, old, but real. Ilara frowned, brushing aside more fur. Not an accident, not age, not from slipping on a step. "Everything okay?" Clarissa's voice called from behind, still warm with hospitality, but just tight enough to signal she'd been watching too closely. "There's bruising behind his left ear," Ilara said calmly. "Do you know how it happened?" Clarissa came closer, leaned in. "Oh, that. He must have slipped the other day. Sometimes he tries to get up the steps, loses balance, ends up rolling down. He's old, like I said." Her voice stayed smooth, but her eyes, they never stopped watching Ilara's hands. Behind them, Ezra peeked out again. He wore a long-sleeved shirt, too big for his thin arms. His head stayed bowed low, eyes darting, and just as quickly, he vanished. Back into the shadows of the hall. Ilara turned back to Rocky. Still quiet. But his eyes clung to hers like they had something they didn't want her to leave without. Then Ilara stood, stepping toward the door. She was halfway onto the porch, notebook tucked beneath her arm. And Rocky stood, a single bark. It rang out sharp, not loud, not aggressive, but solid, controlled, intentional. Ilara stopped mid-step. She turned back and met his eyes. Something passed between them, something not written in any report, not measurable by bruises or bowls or broken rules. It was a message, and Rocky had sent it. Ilara turned and looked straight into the eyes of the old dog. Something wasn't right. She could feel it, that tug in the gut that had never once lied to her. But still, there was nothing concrete, no bruises fresh enough, no broken bones, no records that screamed abuse, nothing strong enough to take this house apart. Not yet. A warm breeze drifted down Willow Bend Street, catching the edge of her coat as sunlight angled across the stillness. Once again, the silver pickup pulled up outside the house at the very end of the road. Clarissa opened the door faster than the day before. "Oh, you're back already," she smiled, voice lined with velvet-hiding thorns. "Is there something else you need?" Ilara stood steady on the porch. Her coat caught the wind, her clipboard tucked neatly under one arm. "I'm following up on a few additional care criteria," Ilara said calmly. "Behavioral patterns, living conditions, just routine documentation under Section 12. "Of course," Clarissa stepped aside. Her gaze flicked, quick, barely noticeable toward the back of the house. A minute passed. Then Ezra appeared. He wore a beige turtleneck, sleeves too long, neck slightly stretched. His hair was messy, one cheek faintly swollen. He stood beside Clarissa like a shadow, not speaking, not meeting anyone's eyes, not Ilara's, not even Rocky's. "Go ahead and greet the lady, sweetheart," Clarissa said softly, her hand landing gently on Ezra's shoulder. Ilara knelt a bit to meet his eye level. "Hey there, champ. You doing okay?" Ezra gave the faintest nod. Eyes on the floor. Clarissa smiled wider. Her hand subtly tightened on his shoulder. A few steps away, Rocky lay on the floor. But the moment Clarissa's fingers pressed into Ezra's sweater, Rocky's ears flicked just once, and his whole body shifted. Tension rolled down his spine like a warning. Then came a low, guttural sound, almost too soft to notice. Almost. But in a house that quiet, even a whisper from a dog hit like a needle dropped on glass. Clarissa froze for half a second. Her smile stayed, but her fingers loosened, slowly pulling back from Ezra's shoulder. Ilara noticed. She didn't say anything, just tucked it away. She crouched a little lower, voice light. "Do you like Rocky?" Ezra didn't answer, but for a fraction of a moment, a flicker, he turned to glance at Rocky, a quick dart of his eyes, Then he dropped his head again. One hand crept behind his back, gripping the other, knuckles white. Clarissa jumped in. "He loves that dog, always playing out back together. Isn't that right, sweetie?" Ezra stayed silent. Rocky looked away from Clarissa. His gaze locked onto Alara. Not hostile, not warm, just urgent, desperate in its stillness, as if those old, tired eyes were begging her to see past what was shown, to hear the words that Ezra would never be allowed to speak. And Alara, still crouched, still steady, blinked once. Because in that look she finally heard something loud enough to write down. Alara felt it in her bones. Something wasn't right. But there was no evidence, no legal reason to stay, no visible injuries, no documentation strong enough to justify immediate action. So she thanked Clarissa with a nod and a smile, wished her a good day, and stepped off the porch. The door clicked shut behind her. No lock turned, no polite farewell followed. Inside the house, Ezra stood still in the corner. His sleeves hid clenched fists, his eyes fixed to the floor. Clarissa had barely turned her back when Ezra's fingers rose to scratch at his neck. A rash was blooming fast, red, inflamed bumps erupting across his chest, creeping up both sides of his ribs. Ezra winced. His throat tickled and burned. He tried to take a deep breath, but it caught, shallow and rapid. His arms gripped his shirt, his vision blurred from the heat inside his skin. Knees buckled. His small frame collapsed to the cold tile floor. The rash had spread, now trailing along his back and stomach like wildfire. Clarissa re-entered the room, arms folded. She glanced at him and scoffed. "Oh, come on! This again? Faking it now? Trying to win sympathy?" Ezra lay curled, lips pale, not saying a word. His skin stung from scratching. His chest felt heavy, like each breath had to fight its way out. His body folded in on itself, defenseless. Outside, Rocky sprang from beneath the awning. The old dog lunged forward, growling, then barking, loud, urgent. Each bark struck the air like a drumbeat of panic. His back arched. His cloudy eyes never left Ezra. Clarissa stepped outside, broom in hand. "I said shut up!" Rocky barked louder. His paws slammed into the ground. His leash stretched tight, taut like a bowstring. Every time it yanked him back, he surged forward harder, barking until his throat turned raw. Inside, Ezra lay motionless. Red welts climbed up his neck. His fingers clawed weakly at his shirt, trying to fight the itch, the tightness in his chest. Rocky kept barking, over and over. The sound pierced the fence, echoing into the quiet street. A neighbor peeked through her curtain. An old woman across the road looked up from her flower bed. Still, Rocky didn't stop. Inside, Ezra didn't call for help, didn't scream, just turned his face toward the door, toward the one voice still trying to reach him from the other side. The one voice that had never left. Outside, Alara had just opened her truck door. She placed her clipboard on the passenger seat, clicked her seatbelt, and reached for the ignition. Then paused. Her eyes flicked to the rearview mirror. Something moved by the front gate. Rocky. He was no longer under the porch. Somehow, the old dog had broken free. He now stood just beyond the fence, rain matting his coat in streaks, his head hanging low. His whole body trembled. But his eyes, they didn't waver. They stared straight into the mirror, straight at Alara's truck. No more barking, no more growling, just a stare. And somehow, in that stillness, in that silent, soaked, stubborn gaze, Alara understood. This wasn't just a dog barking. This was a warning. Alara's hand dropped from the ignition key. She turned fully in her seat, eyes locking onto the figure beyond the glass. Rocky hadn't moved, hadn't whimpered. He just stood there, still and soaked, but with a gaze that didn't belong to an animal. It wasn't hunger, it wasn't pain, it wasn't fear, it was something else. Clearer, sharper, like a silent request wrapped in dignity, the kind only souls who've seen too much know how to give. Ilara's pulse picked up, not from panic, but from recognition. That feeling. It echoed something from her past. A memory she hadn't touched in years. The old horse, the one no one believed was suffering, had looked at her the same way. Hours later, it collapsed, and she'd never forgiven herself for not trusting that look. She pulled out her notebook. Under the section marked Personal Notes, she scribbled just one line. "Rocky, I have to go back." She didn't have a legal reason, not yet. No broken laws, no filed complaints, nothing to justify another visit. But Rocky's eyes had bypassed all that. They'd shown her something was wrong, not in a loud, obvious way, but in that quiet, heartbreaking language only the forgotten know how to speak. Ilara closed her notebook. One last glance through the fence. The house behind it was silent. Still. Too still. But Ilara had made up her mind. Next time, she'd come back. And next time, she wouldn't be asking politely. Inside the room, Ezra quietly lifted the edge of his bed. The wooden floor underneath was coated in a thin layer of dust, but nestled there, hidden in the silence, was a folded piece of paper. His hands trembled slightly, fingertips scraped and raw, but he still managed to pull it free. It was just a drawing. Crinkled at the corners, colored in shaky lines of purple, blue, and brown. Ezra held it like it meant something more than what it showed. He was about to tuck it into a torn fabric pouch, the one he always hid in his shirt pocket, when a voice behind him sliced through the air. "What the hell are you hiding?" Clarissa. She was just there. No sound, no warning. That gray, fitted dress hugged her like armor. Her hair pinned neat, lipstick still flawless, like the smile she wore when she said goodbye to guests. But her eyes, they were bloodshot. Like something inside had cracked, and whatever poured out wasn't coming back. "You think I'm blind?" she snapped, lunging forward. She ripped the paper from Ezra's hands. It tore in half. Ezra hit the floor, hard. Clarissa looked down at the broken scribbles, then laughed. But it was that hollow kind of laugh, the kind that feels like glass in your ears. "Ungrateful little piece of trash," she spat. "I give you a roof, I feed you, and this is what you do?" Ezra sat up slowly, cradling his arm. His eyes didn't leave the crumpled paper in her fist. She stepped forward, grabbed a fistful of his hair, yanked him up like he was something broken she'd had enough of. "You think you're smart? Drawing this crap, huh? Sending it to who? To those nosy women who don't know how to mind their own damn business?" She didn't wait for an answer. She shoved him hard. Ezra slammed against the edge of the table. His back hit wood. The whole room seemed to tilt. A teacup rattled on its saucer like it wasn't sure whether to fall. And still, no one else heard. ChatGPT said. Clarissa's breath came fast now. Her eyes darted around the room, wild and sharp. She grabbed the porcelain teapot, white and blue, still faintly warm from the afternoon. "You need to learn when to shut up," she snapped, then hurled it straight at Ezra. The air split with the sound of ceramic cutting through it, and from the back porch, a bark tore through the silence. Rocky was no longer lying down. He was moving, barreling down the hallway, paws slipping on the rain-slick tiles. His ears, once droopy with age, now stood stiff. His back arched, every step heavy but full of purpose. The door flung open, and Rocky didn't hesitate. No thought, no pause. He charged straight into the room. In that split second, just as the teapot left Clarissa's hand, Ezra stood frozen, eyes wide. There was no time to duck, no time to run. But there was Rocky. The old dog leapt in front of the boy just as the teapot reached them. The sound of impact rang out like a slap across the chest. The teapot shattered, pieces skidded across the floor, one sharp shard sliced clean across Rocky's ear, deep, fast, final. Blood started to drip. A thin red trail crept down from his ear, winding its way along the folds of his weathered neck, soaking into the graying fur. Rocky didn't flinch, didn't cry, didn't growl. He just stood there, still, solid. A wall between Ezra and whatever came next. Clarissa froze. For a moment, she actually took a step back, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Then she exploded. "Useless old mutt! Get out of my way!" She stormed forward, reaching for the broom by the door. Her knuckles turned white around the handle. Her eyes flared. Rocky didn't move. He looked at her. Just looked. No barking. No teeth. But in that one unwavering stare, something shifted. The haze in his old eyes cleared. And for a second, it was like a light had flickered on in the dark. Clarissa raised the broom. But her hand trembled. Rocky stepped forward just a bit. His body curved, shielding Ezra completely. His front legs locked into the floor. His back tensed. His lip lifted ever so slightly. Not enough to threaten, just enough to make a point. Still no bark. Just a long, silent stare. And that look, it said everything. If you take one more step, I won't back down. Ezra sank to the floor behind him. One small hand reached up, resting gently on Rocky's shoulder. Blood from Rocky's ear smeared across the boy's fingers. Rocky didn't turn around. He stayed locked in, eyes on Clarissa, body between them. Clarissa hesitated. Not out of fear, but because something in that dog's gaze made her feel unsteady, like the control she thought she had was slipping through the cracks. 1 second. Then another. Clarissa's grip loosened. The broom dropped with a dull thud. "You two deserve each other," she hissed, then turned on her heel and walked out. Rocky didn't move. Still standing, like some living wall that refused to crack. Ezra stayed where he was, slumped on the floor, his head tilted slightly forward, one small hand still clutching the blood-damp fur behind Rocky's shoulder. He didn't fully understand what had just happened. But his body did. His body knew. His vision blurred. Rocky tilted his head back, just a little. Not to look at the boy, but enough to say, without words, "I'm still standing." Ezra began crawling closer. His movements were slow, hunched, each shift making him wince. But he didn't stop. He sat right next to Rocky and wrapped both arms around his neck. He pressed his cheek against Rocky's fur, still warm, still thick with the smell of sunlight, of dirt, and now, blood. The blood from Rocky's ear had smeared onto Ezra's fingers, stained the sleeve of his shirt. But he didn't notice. He just held on. For a moment there was no sound. Then, from deep in his throat, barely louder than breath, came a word. "Rocky!" Rocky didn't turn his head. But one ear twitched. Ezra spoke again, his voice cracked and rough like someone whispering through a fever. "Don't leave me." Just 3 words. But they made Rocky shiver. Ezra had never spoken like that before, never said Rocky's name out loud, never reached for him like that. Down the hallway, Clarissa had stopped walking. She turned her head, eyes trained on the room behind her. Those cold, calculating eyes now held a flicker of something else. Not regret, not fear, just a flicker. She had heard it. That voice wasn't loud. But she heard it. She pulled out her phone, tapped a number from memory. "Can you come a week early?" she murmured. Yeah, he's starting to act strange. I don't want trouble. The sooner the better. Her voice was quiet, but her gaze stayed fixed on the room, like she was watching something she didn't trust. Inside, Rocky slowly lowered himself to the floor. Ezra didn't let go. His eyes were closed now, lips pressed into a tight line, hands still wrapped tight around that old, wounded dog. Next to them lay the torn drawing, crumpled, smudged with blood. There were no promises made, no words spoken. But right there, in that quiet moment, a child and a dog had chosen each other. Not because anyone told them to, not out of fear, but because they both knew, deep down, no one else would. No one else was going to stay. And across town, Ilara's phone lit up with a message. Short, uneasy. I'm not sure what's going on, but the dog just growled like he was losing his mind. He's never done that before. Along with the message was a photo, sharp and slightly angled, clearly taken from a second-story window. In the image, Rocky was frozen mid-snarl in the center of the yard. His body was tense, low to the ground, front paws pressed hard into the cement like he was seconds away from lunging. His teeth were bared, his spine arched like a bow pulled tight. The shadow of his body stretched long across the concrete, pulling toward the back porch like a dark tether. Ilara zoomed in. There were no clear signs of anyone else in the frame. But Rocky's expression, sharp, alert, almost electrified, wasn't the expression of an old, gentle dog like Clarissa had described. Not by a long shot. She tapped the screen, dragging to a dark spot in the lower left corner. It was blurry, almost nothing. But something was there. A dark smudge, maybe mud, maybe blood, maybe something else. She didn't make assumptions. Not yet. But something in her gut twisted tighter. Ilara set the phone down. She reached for her laptop, pulled up the full records on the Willow Bend household. Everything Clarissa had ever filed. The adoption papers, the vaccination logs, the routine vet checkups, the household registry, even the complaint history, if there had been any. Everything looked perfect. Too perfect. The kind of perfect that didn't feel real. She opened the desk drawer and grabbed her worn notebook, flipped to yesterday's page. There it was in her handwriting. Bruise on dog's ear, owner claims fall. Child silent, no engagement. She circled that line. Then added a new note right beneath it. Unusual aggression reported. Uncharacteristic per neighbor. Ilara sat back, still staring at the image on her screen. Her chest felt tight. Her instincts, the ones she'd learned to trust over years of walking into quiet homes with screaming truths, were louder now. Something was wrong in that house, and this time she wasn't going to wait for another anonymous tip. She grabbed her keys and left the office. First stop, Windrow Public Elementary. If Ezra was 5, and if he lived on Willow Bend, then by district rules he should be enrolled there. At least, on paper. At the front desk, Ilara handed over her credentials. The clerk opened the school system, typed in Ezra Whitlow, and waited. After a few seconds, she shook her head. There's no student by that name in our system. No enrollment, no delay request, no exemption filed by a guardian either. Ilara frowned. He lives at the very end of Willow Bend. That house should be zoned here. The clerk opened a second internal database and double-checked the address code. Still nothing. Ilara? The voice came from behind, familiar, calm. But in that moment, it cut straight through the air. She turned around. It was Maya, her old college friend, now a first-grade teacher at the school. They talked quickly. Maya furrowed her brows and shook her head. Nope, No child by that name has ever attended here. I'm sure. Walking back to her car, Ilara didn't start the engine right away. She just sat there, motionless, staring down at the photo Mrs. Hilda had sent. Then at the blank records she'd just received. That little boy, if he was the age she suspected, should have been in first grade by now, should have had paperwork, a student ID, a name in some database. But Ezra Whitlow didn't exist in any school system. Ilara picked up her phone. She called the Child Welfare Coordination line. "This is Ilara Morgan," she said, steady and calm. "I'm with the Animal Welfare Unit. I need to initiate an urgent coordination call regarding suspected child abuse. The location is House 11 Willowbend Street." There was a pause. Then the dispatcher's voice came through, calm but firm. "What kind of assistance do you need?" "I need a child psychologist and a licensed social investigator, as soon as possible. There's a child with clear signs of emotional trauma, potentially unregistered for school, and a senior German Shepherd, former service dog, showing abnormal stress reactions." The dispatcher's voice shifted, growing more focused. "We'll mobilize a special response team. You should receive a call from the assigned coordinator within the next 2 hours. Can I get your name again?" Ilara Morgan." This time, Ilara wasn't following a hunch. She had data, and she wasn't going in alone. Back at the office, she unlocked a slim manila folder, the one that held a photocopy of the first drawing Ezra had accidentally revealed. It was a slightly crumpled A4 sheet, drawn in soft crayon, mostly overlapping circles, chaotic, confused. But when you looked closely, one circle stood out, bigger, filled with a mix of dark blue and purple scribbles. Thick, heavy strokes. It sat right next to a human shape, small body, extended arm, holding something long and black, harsh, direct lines. It looked like a whip. Next to that, the shape of a dog. No eyes, just a round head, 2 pointed ears. But where the eyes should be, nothing. Not forgotten. More like forbidden. Like whoever drew it wasn't allowed to see anymore. Ilara snapped a photo of the drawing. She attached it to an email with the subject line, "Urgent review request. Potential indicators of abuse." And she hit send. The recipient was Dr. Camille Grayson, one of the top analysts in the field of child psychology and visual expression. Because when a child draws silence, someone has to learn how to listen. Less than an hour later, Ilara got the reply. "This drawing shows clear indicators of a child expressing trauma through symbolic substitution. The blue bruise, the whip-like object, and the dog without eyes suggest the presence of a witness who has been stripped of their voice." Ilara sat still for a moment. Then she turned to the task board behind her, pulled out some tape, and placed the copy of Ezra's drawing in the center, right where everyone could see it. At the bottom, she wrote in bold red marker, "Ezra's first visual testimony." This wasn't just a hunch anymore. It was evidence. And for a child who had never been allowed to speak, this was the first voice Ezra ever left behind. Back at the house, Clarissa stood in the living room, her jaw tight, breath short. She yanked open a cabinet drawer. Clothes, wrinkled, worn, were stuffed into a cracked leather bag with no care. No folding, no choice, just shoved in like trash she wanted gone. "Put this on," she barked, throwing a faded shirt onto the bed. Her voice was hoarse now, frantic. Gone was that sugar-coated tone she always used when strangers were watching. All that remained was panic and frustration, wrapped around something that sounded a lot like fear. Ezra sat quietly at the edge of the bed. He didn't move. His arms clung tightly to his sides, eyes wide, unblinking. "You think I don't know what you've been up to?" Clarissa snapped, turning around. Sneaking around, drawing pictures, hiding them, I warned you. But you just had to push it, didn't you? She grabbed Ezra's wrist and yanked it upward. You're going somewhere else, with those quiet freak kids who don't talk either. No questions, no visitors, no one to care. Ezra didn't ask why. He didn't ask anything. But when she let go, he took one small step back. Clarissa jammed an old notebook into her bag and yanked the zipper shut. Her heel kicked the leg of the table with a loud, dry thud. The back door blew open. Night wind swept in, cold and sharp. Out on the porch, Rocky was lying down, not sleeping. His ears were low, but his eyes were open, wide, watching. He hadn't taken his gaze off Ezra. Not once. When Clarissa grabbed the bag and headed for the yard, Rocky rose to his feet. No growl, no bark. But each step he took was steady, calm, like a shadow trailing every move Ezra made. Clarissa scowled. She turned and gave Rocky a shove with her foot. Out of my way, you old mutt. Rocky didn't move. He didn't block the way, didn't lunge or growl. But it was clear he wasn't going anywhere. Ezra looked down, and for just a second, he reached out and rested his small hand gently on top of Rocky's head. No one said a word, but the look in that boy's eyes and the still unblinking gaze of the old dog landed in the same invisible place. A place no one else had ever found. But tonight, that was about to change. Clarissa grabbed Ezra's wrist and dragged him toward the car. She yanked open the back door, shoved him hard enough that he nearly hit the side of the seat. Inside there was no booster, no blanket, just an old, flat mattress tossed across the back like junk. Clarissa looked around once, then slammed the door shut. Rocky stayed by the porch steps. His legs tensed, ears perked, back curved, every muscle drawn tight beneath his weathered coat. His eyes never left the car door that had just closed on the boy he had chosen. Then suddenly, like something ancient inside him had snapped to life, Rocky lunged. The old rope tied to the porch post shrieked across metal as 40 kilos of memory, instinct, and fury hit it all at once. One final jolt, and the tether snapped clean. Rocky bolted across the yard, silent as a shadow. Clarissa hadn't even gotten into the front seat when a dark blur came flying at her. "What the hell?" she screamed, as Rocky let out a bark, short, raw, and thunderous, then hurled himself at the car door. His claws scraped down the window. A jagged, shrill sound sliced through the quiet street. Clarissa stumbled back, yelling, "You crazy mutt, get back!" Rocky didn't move. He reared up again, slamming his paws against the car. Then, a snap. The collar around his neck, the one with the little red-tracked chip, cracked loose. It hit the edge of the car, bounced, and dropped to the cement steps by the porch. The bell on it clinked once, softly. Then, a tiny red light started blinking. 4 blocks away, in the cab of a silver pickup parked outside Mrs. Hilda's house, Ilara's phone buzzed on the dash. "Emergency signal, from Rocky, code 112-K9. The screen flashed bright red. "Severe impact, collar-triggered distress beacon." Ilara sat up straight. Her eyes scanned the message once, then again. Then she heard the sharp ping of the follow-up alert. And her heart slammed in her chest. This wasn't a hunch anymore. This wasn't just a bad feeling. Rocky had just called her, and this time she wouldn't let the truth get outrun again. She hit call. "This is Ilara Morgan. GPS tag 112-K9 just sent an emergency signal. Deploy a rapid response team and child protection unit to the address I reported earlier." Her voice didn't shake, but the air around her did. 19 minutes later, the soft white glow of 2 SUVs and an ambulance slid silently down the narrow road at the end of Willow Bend. Tires whispered against gravel. No sirens, no shouting, just the kind of arrival that freezes a person in place. Clarissa stood stiff in the yard, halfway through stuffing bags into the back of her car. The trunk was still open. The keys were in her hand. And then a voice rang out, calm but sharp enough to cut the night in half. "Clarissa Owens, step back, put the bag down." She spun around. "What are you doing here?" Ilara stepped out from one of the vehicles, her thick coat catching the porch light. Her eyes didn't move from Clarissa. Not once. "I received a distress signal from the GPS-enabled caller issued to retired service dog Rocky, currently in your custody, and I've filed a report with the Department of Child Services. We've got confirmation of suspected abuse inside this household." Clarissa's face drained of color. I don't know what you're talking about." A legal officer approached, presenting a warrant for search and temporary custody. Another woman, part of the emergency response team, walked briskly toward the house. From the shadows just beyond the door, a small figure stepped forward. Ezra. Bruises still marked his wrists. His eyes didn't blink when they found Ilara's face. "Is this Ezra Owens?" the coordinator asked softly. Ilara nodded, then dropped to one knee and opened her arms. Ezra hesitated. "Just a second." Then he walked toward her. No words, just the light weight of his forehead resting gently against her shoulder. Behind them, Rocky had already laid down. No bark, no sound, but his eyes never left the boy, as if only when he saw Ezra safe would he let himself rest. That night, the long, silent storm of years finally ended, and for the first time in forever. The door to Clarissa's house clicked shut from the outside. The rescue vehicle rolled away from Willow Bend, slipping quietly beneath a misty curtain of rain. It blurred the windows like breath on glass. Ezra sat in the back seat with a thin blanket over his shoulders. He didn't talk, didn't ask. His eyes, rimmed with dark shadows, stared straight ahead. Not afraid, not relieved. Just empty. Rocky lay by his feet, chin resting lightly on the boy's shoe. The dog's right ear was still wrapped, the bandage faintly stained. Rocky didn't sleep, didn't stir. Each heavy breath rumbled slow and steady, a quiet promise that he was still here, still watching, still not gone. The van came to a stop in front of a tall wooden gate with a simple hand-carved sign that read, "Haven's Rest, where new beginnings begin." Pine trees lined the path in silent rows, casting soft shadows over the dirt road that led to a cluster of warm wooden buildings. No neon signs, no modern buzz, just honey-colored cabins, brown-tiled roofs, and faint trails of smoke curling out of stone chimneys. A quiet place. A healing place. A place where forgotten stories get to begin again. Waiting at the front steps was a woman in her early 40s. Her hair was loosely curled and tied back into a soft ponytail, and she wore a deep blue jacket with a small center logo printed on the chest. She smiled gently as she stepped forward to greet the arriving van. "Hi, Ilara, I'm Camille," she said, her voice calm and warm. "I'll be looking after Ezra during his first few weeks here." Ilara stepped down from the car and nodded toward the back seat. Ezra didn't move at first. He just sat there, still as stone. But when Rocky rose, stretched, and hopped down onto the ground, Ezra finally followed. Slow, unsure, but moving. Camille crouched as Rocky approached, extending her hand slowly. Rocky sniffed her palm, then looked back at Ezra, as if asking for permission. Ezra gave the tiniest nod. Just one nod, but it was something, the beginning of something. A start toward a place with no leather straps, no barking commands, no words sharp enough to bruise a soul, only listeners, and animals that stay. The medical room at Haven's Rest smelled faintly of dried herbs, warm wood floors, soft yellow lights, no machines, no beeping, no white noise. Rocky lay on a padded mat by the examination table. His injured ear had been cleaned, stitched neatly with special veterinary thread. The bleeding had stopped, though the fur around the wound was still stained a dark rust red. Ezra sat beside him, knees tucked in. He didn't speak. His left hand rested on Rocky's back, fingertips gently pressing, then releasing, then pressing again. A rhythm that said what words couldn't. Each squeeze was a ripple of emotion rising quietly from somewhere deep inside him. "He's strong," Camille murmured, while checking the stitches. "The ear will heal fine, but his spine, it's stiff. Might have been confined for too long." Ezra didn't answer, but he looked at her, and for the first time since arriving, his eyes didn't dart away. After the checkup, Camille led them out to the open field behind the main house. The afternoon sun poured through the trees in soft golden stripes, painting gentle shadows across the grass. The air smelled clean, like earth after rain, so different from the suffocating stillness of Willow Bend. At the center of the field stood a gray horse, still as a statue. Tall legs, long tail that brushed the ground, coat like mist from a cold morning. On the horse's forehead was a white triangle of fur, inverted like a quiet symbol. "This is Orion," Camille said softly. "He's been here a while, doesn't run fast, but he's good at listening." Ezra looked up. For the first time, his eyes opened wider. Orion didn't move closer. He didn't bow his head or beg for attention. He just stood there, watching from a distance, no pressure, no expectations. Rocky slowly stood, walked a few paces forward, then laid down again beside Ezra's feet. As if clearing the space, as if saying, "This one's for you." Ezra didn't speak, but he lingered longer than he had with anything before. His gaze stayed with Orion, a gaze that didn't judge, didn't demand. It simply stayed. Camille watched from the porch, quietly, without stepping in. In that soft golden light, with dusk leaning low over Haven's Rest, something had begun. Slow, gentle, but real, a forgotten boy, an old dog, and a quiet horse, each broken in their own way, each stitched together by silence and presence. No rush, no rules, just a little stillness that didn't hurt. Out back near the animal trough, Ezra stood alone. He wasn't told to be there. No one had called him. He just stood, small and still, watching how the evening sky turned crimson and spilled into the clear water below. After a while, Ezra knelt down. His thin hand reached out, barely brushing the surface. The coolness met his fingers softly. He didn't stir the water to play. He didn't scoop or splash. He just touched it, just to feel, to know what peace felt like. It didn't sting. It didn't ask anything of him. It simply was. Then, quietly, Ezra lowered himself, sat back against the edge of the wooden trough, no flinching, no pulling away. His back curved gently, shoulders sagged like something heavy had slipped off him, something no one ever saw. Moments passed. Then Rocky padded in. No commands, no calling, just the sound of quiet paws over soft ground. Rocky lowered his head, drank from the water beside Ezra. Not because he was thirsty, not because he had to, just because he could. Because peace had no schedule. Ezra didn't move, didn't speak, but his hand reached over and rested on Rocky's neck. Not tight, not trembling, just enough to say, "I'm here," and to let Rocky say it back, without words. They were there. Both of them. Not hiding. not bracing. Across the yard, Orion remained still by the old fence. A breeze passed through the trees, brushing the dry leaves above their heads. The sun dipped behind the hills. The sky turned violet, washing Haven's Rest in a kind of quiet that didn't feel empty. That small moment, one boy, one dog, sitting side by side without noise, without demand, without masks, was enough. As if the whole world could begin again. Right there, with just a ripple in the water. The next morning, Ezra sat at a wooden table in one of the sunlit rooms. Noon light pooled across the surface. In front of him sat a box of soft crayons, a few sheets of white paper. No timer, no rules, no heavy breath behind his shoulder. Just him and Camille, sitting across the room by the window, pretending to read, but occasionally glancing over. Not to push, just to be there. Ezra reached for a red crayon, stopped, pulled his hand back, then slowly, quietly, picked up a brown one instead. He placed it gently on the page. One line, then another. A circle, a heavy shadow, a broken line. The whip, and Rocky. The first drawing showed Rocky standing in front of him, body curved in protection. His ear was bleeding. Behind Rocky, a figure loomed, hand raised, mouth open wide. A child curled against the wall, small, quiet, barely visible. But this time he was seen. This time, Ezra drew it himself. The second drawing was different. This one showed Clarissa, her hair down and wild, face twisted and angry, standing in the center of a room. Her arm raised high, holding a long red leather whip that curved to the floor like a snake. Under the table, a small figure crouched. Just two wide, terrified eyes. No mouth, no sound. The third was quieter, sadder, a simple corner of an old yard. Rocky lay there, tied by a short chain. His eyes stared toward a door that was just slightly open, and from that door, a small boy peeked out. No mouth. Just a silent stare. Camille didn't step closer. But she saw everything. She sat still, one hand resting on her lap, the other clutching a small notebook tighter than before. These weren't just a child's doodles. These were memories. Too big to hold in, too heavy to carry alone, and now, finally spilling out, one color at a time. Ezra kept drawing. He didn't glance up, didn't ask for feedback, but each time he picked up a crayon, his grip grew steadier. Like with every color, every shape, he was building a new bridge back to the world. Not with words, but with truth. And truth, finally, had a place to be heard. In the next room, Ilara sat across from a long desk covered in papers and open files. Her laptop screen glowed faintly, and beside her sat a growing pile of Ezra's printed drawings. She wore thin gloves, carefully arranging the pages in order. Each one was numbered lightly in pencil on the back. Beside her, Dr. Camille watched closely. On the other side sat Dean Foster, the child advocacy lawyer assigned by the district attorney's office. Young, sharp-featured, focused. His eyes flicked from one image to the next as he typed short, fast notes into his laptop. Camille pointed at the second drawing, the one with the raised whip. Look at the arm position, the open mouth. This is textbook coercive threat posture, and it's not abstract, it's specific. Dean nodded slowly. This may not be a sworn adult testimony, but it's a direct narrative, and combined with medical evidence, it holds real weight, especially in pre-trial hearings. Ilara added quietly, "Nothing's imagined. Every bruise, every recorded injury from the day we pulled him out, they all match." She placed the stack into a firm legal binder, sealing it with an official stamp. "I'm sending this, along with Rocky's veterinary report, head trauma, partial hearing loss, to the prosecutor's office. Dean took the file, carefully slipping it into his leather case. I'll file for a preliminary hearing by the end of today. The court will decide on a temporary detention order once we present full evidence. Ilara nodded, her eyes still locked on the childlike strokes that now told a very grown-up story. She's been quiet long enough, and so has Ezra. It's time both of them faced the truth. Outside the glass window, under the soft shade of a tree, Rocky lay with his head resting on his paws. Ezra sat beside him, holding a brand-new crayon. No one was asking him to draw anymore, but he was still drawing. And this time, every line he made was a voice no one could ignore again. 2 days later, the regional courthouse held an emergency hearing. It wasn't a big courtroom, but it was packed. In a private adjacent room, designed specifically so children could participate without being re-traumatized, Ezra sat on a small chair, his head slightly lowered. Rocky lay at his feet, breathing slow and steady. Dean Foster, calm and grounded, sat beside them, one hand resting gently on a binder full of Ezra's drawings. "We submit the illustrated testimony of minor Ezra Holtz," Dean said, his voice low but steady, "along with psychological evaluations, forensic reports, and the original rescue team's statements. All evidence confirms the child endured long-term abuse at the hands of his legal guardian, Clarissa Shaw." On the other side of the one-way mirror, Clarissa sat stiff, eyes lowered but dry. Her hair was pulled into a tight bun. Her mouth didn't move. She never once looked toward Ezra's room. Judge Abigail Grant, a seasoned woman with a sharp voice and a steady gaze, flipped slowly through each drawing. She lingered the longest on the image of Rocky, bleeding, standing between the whip and the boy. "This is not just the work of a child's imagination," the judge said, her voice quieter now, but heavier. "Every crayon stroke records a moment, a sequence of danger. This boy has stored it all as memory, as a silent call for help." Dean nodded. He can't speak, but memory doesn't lie. After reviewing the full report, the witness statements, and the images, Judge Grant finally delivered her ruling. Clarissa Shaw is formally charged with felony child abuse and organized animal cruelty. The victim, Ezra Holtz, is hereby placed under special protective care. Rocky, identified as a key agent in the rescue, will receive lifetime medical and emotional support. This hearing is adjourned. The door to the private room opened. Camille reached out gently, helping Ezra rise from the chair. He still held a red crayon tightly in one hand. Rocky stood up too, tail wagging softly. As Ezra leaned down, Rocky reached up and gave him a slow, warm lick across the cheek. Not because everything was fixed, but because this moment, was the beginning of everything that could finally start to heal. That morning, the air at Haven's Rest felt a little lighter than usual. Early sunlight spilled through the big window in the common room, casting soft glows on the wooden chairs and the herbal tea Camille had just brewed. The place felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for something important to arrive. And then they walked in. A middle-aged couple stepped through the front gate. Their names were Nate and Lillian. Nate was tall, silver threaded gently through his hair. His movements were slow, careful, like someone who never wanted to startle anything fragile. Lillian was smaller, her hair tied back simply, a fabric bag embroidered with sunflowers tucked under her arm. They didn't speak loudly. They didn't rush. When Camille came to greet them, they just smiled, the kind of smile you give when you've waited a long time for something that matters. They weren't at Haven's Rest to find a child. They were there to welcome one, a child the world had almost forgotten. Camille arranged for the meeting to happen in the small garden room, the one that looked out over the white birch trees and the watering trough, where Rocky and Ezra often sat together in the evenings. Ezra entered barefoot, his feet making the softest sound on the wooden floor. He sat down without being told. Didn't speak, didn't glance around. But Rocky followed behind, as always, and laid down right at Ezra's feet. The same spot, as if nothing had changed since day one. Nate didn't ask anything right away. He simply reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small box wrapped in brown paper. "I used to like drawing," he said, his voice low, steady. "I wasn't good at it, but I think maybe you'll be better." He slid the box gently across the table toward Ezra. Ezra didn't answer. He just stared at it for a few seconds, then reached out, picked it up. He didn't open it, didn't say a word. But he held it tight with both hands, like it wasn't just a box of watercolor paints, but something heavier, something sacred. Rocky stayed still, but his tail thumped just once. And for the first time that visit, Ezra looked up, straight into the eyes of the man sitting across from him. Not because someone told him to, but maybe, just maybe, because his heart was beginning to believe again. The third visit came on a quiet Friday morning. The sun was soft, and the courtyard at Haven's Rest was scattered with fresh yellow leaves. Camille set a small table under the blooming bougainvillea vines, a spot with just enough sunlight, just enough silence. Nate sat on one side, hands resting gently on his knees. Lillian across from him, smiling faintly, her eyes soft on Ezra, not pressing, not expecting. She just spoke, her voice even, delicate. "You know, we used to have a little boy," she said. "He was 5, loved to run, to jump. Then one day he got a fever, just a fever, and he never woke up." She didn't go on. No extra details, just silence. Ezra sat the way he always did, eyes down, one hand holding his sketchboard, the other twirling a crayon slowly between his fingers. Rocky lay beside him, chin on the ground, eyes open, always watching. And then Ezra looked up. Camille didn't speak. Nate and Lillian didn't breathe. They just watched. His voice came out small, so small, but clear enough that no one missed a word. "I don't like yelling," ChatGPT said. No one moved. That single sentence, simple and short, felt like the first brick being lifted from a wall that had stood too long, too tall. Lillian didn't cry, but her eyes turned red and glassy. Nate simply nodded, his hands resting steady on his knees. Camille took a deep breath, then scribbled something into the notebook beside her. Rocky lifted his head, looked at Ezra for a few quiet seconds, then slowly rested his chin back down. No barking, no whines, just a deep, long breath, like even Rocky felt something had just been released. Ezra kept his eyes on them. His shoulders, once always braced for the worst, now sat soft and low. And then, in the middle of that delicate silence, it happened. Ezra smiled. A small smile. No teeth, no sound, but real, unmistakable. His first smile since stepping into Haven's Rest. But just a few days later, Rocky began to change. He started eating less, only nibbling a few bites, then turning away. He no longer sprang up to follow Ezra after therapy. No more quiet barks when Camille came with the warm cloth for his ears. Rocky just lay there, on the porch, in his spot, where morning sun bathed the floor and evening winds passed through like a soft goodbye. Ezra never said anything. He simply folded a small cloth by hand and laid it next to Rocky, neat and careful. And every day when handed a fresh sheet of paper, Ezra drew a new picture, but always with Rocky in it. Sometimes it was just the old dog lying beneath a tree. Sometimes it was Ezra sitting quietly, while Rocky rested his head on the boy's lap. One day, it was just 2 circles, one big, one small, side by side, shaded in an old, worn brown. But the lines were steady now, no longer shaky like they were before. Camille studied the drawings and consulted with the vet. Neither of them needed a detailed explanation. They knew. No euphemisms, no dodging. Just time to prepare. "He's walking towards the other side," the vet said gently. "But he's doing it peacefully." Ezra never asked. He didn't even look at them while they spoke. But it was clear he knew. Because that day, Ezra sat with Rocky longer than usual. No crayons, no sketch pad, just silence. One hand gently placed on the dog's aging back, where the rhythm of breathing had grown slow and shallow. Ezra's eyes didn't look sad, just deep, still. And Rocky, even tired, even fading, managed to tilt his head slightly to nuzzle Ezra's wrist. No one at the center interrupted them, because everyone understood, between a boy who had just learned how to smile and a dog quietly preparing to say goodbye, some things didn't need to be spoken. They were already whole. Rocky no longer left the porch. From sunrise to dusk, he stayed in that one spot, his head resting on the soft cloth Ezra laid out every morning. His eyes remained open, but no longer followed every step. Rocky just stared into the distance, out toward the last line of trees where shadows gathered near the edge of the field, as if something was waiting for him there, something only he could see. Ezra brought his drawing outside and sat quietly beside Rocky. He didn't draw anything new that day. Instead, he took an old picture, one he'd made during his first weeks at Haven's Rest, and began gently coloring it in again. It was the image of Rocky lying under a tree, sunlight shining across his gray speckled fur, his mouth tilted slightly, like he was smiling. The first time Ezra had drawn it, his hands had trembled. The colors were uneven, the shapes uncertain, the whole thing rough and shy. But now, his hand was steady. His eyes stayed focused, barely blinking. He deepened the golden streaks of sunlight. He traced the fur around Rocky's ears with care, and he darkened the smile just enough to make sure it stayed. That one quiet smile Ezra had seen, the one that didn't scare him. Camille walked past. She didn't say a word. She simply placed a glass of water beside Ezra and kept walking. Her shoes made no sound on the wood. Her gaze brushed over Rocky, paused on the drawing, and moved on. No praise, no questions. She understood. What was being drawn in that moment wasn't meant for anyone else. Just the boy and the dog sitting together beneath that porch roof. A breeze moved through. One leaf drifted down from above and landed gently on Rocky's back. Ezra leaned over, picked it up, and tucked it into the drawing book, right on the page he was working on. He said nothing, didn't cry, but there was something different in his face now. Calmer, like he had accepted something quietly, that Rocky wouldn't be running alongside him anymore. But Rocky was still here, in the picture Ezra had drawn, in the small hand resting on his worn, silver fur. And Rocky didn't bark, didn't whine. He just took a long, deep breath, software, and closed his eyes. Not to sleep, just to rest. The sky was clear. Morning sunlight filtered through the trees, casting warm gold over the porch. Haven's Rest always woke up early, but that morning every sound seemed to step back, like the world itself was holding its breath for what was about to happen. Ezra came out of the house, holding the old blanket in his arms. It was the same blanket he'd always used to cover Rocky whenever the nights turned cold. The same blanket he used to hold tight while he slept during his early weeks at the center, when even his breathing had felt too loud, too afraid to disturb anyone's peace, he gently laid the blanket over Rocky's back, smoothed the edges, tucked it just right. No one had taught him how to do that, but Ezra's hands moved like they'd been doing it forever, like he'd been taking care of Rocky for a lifetime already. The wind brushed past, not cold, but it stung inside. Ezra bent down, brought his face close to Rocky's ear, and whispered, "I finished the drawing." Rocky didn't move at first, then slowly, so slowly, he shifted. No effort, no urgency, just grace. He rested his muzzle on Ezra's arm, the same little arm that once flinched at every sudden noise, every sharp voice. Now open. No fear, no withdrawal. Just resting there like a silent thank you. One final breath. Long. And then, no more. ChatGPT said, Ezra stayed there for a long, long time. He didn't cry out, didn't scream, didn't call Rocky's name like people often do when they lose something precious. He just sat, his hand still resting gently, his eyes never leaving the face that now lay still, quiet in the morning light. The sun climbed higher, casting soft beams across the porch. The blanket Ezra had tucked in stayed perfectly in place. No one touched it. No one interrupted. From a distance, Camille watched, but she didn't come closer. She knew this was something Ezra had to go through alone, just as Rocky had always stood quietly by him through every silent, aching year. So Ezra remained, his hand unmoving. Because for him, that moment hadn't ended yet. Because for him, real goodbyes were never loud, never needed to be said aloud. Eventually, Camille approached, slowly. She wasn't wearing her white coat today. No clipboard, no files. Just Camille, as she was. The woman who had seen children slowly learn how to trust again. The woman who once said, "Some pain doesn't need fixing with words. It just needs a place to sit beside you." She lowered herself next to Ezra without a word, didn't place a hand on his shoulder, didn't try to fill the silence with hollow comfort. She simply sat, still, looking at the same quiet place he was. Far out in the field, Orion stood under the birch trees. The gray horse didn't walk over. He simply bowed his head, slow, deliberate, the way he always did when he sensed that something important had happened. No sound, no motion, but unmistakably present, part of this still sacred scene. Ezra finally pulled his hand away, gently. Then he stood. He reached into his pocket and took out a carefully folded piece of paper, the drawing of Rocky under the tree, the one he had been working on for days, the one he kept revisiting, not just to fix the colors or smooth the lines, but to memorize, to imprint every single detail, the folds along Rocky's back, the way the light always hit the edge of his ears when the sun slanted just right. Ezra placed the drawing beside Rocky, not for anyone else to see, not to keep as a memento, but so Rocky, wherever he was going, could take it with him. And then, Ezra cried. Not loudly, not wildly, just soft, jagged breaths, a few quiet sobs that trembled through his chest. Tears slid down his cheeks and soaked into his shirt, and he didn't wipe them away. Just let them fall. It wasn't the kind of crying that broke open a room. It was the kind that had waited too long. The kind that had been held in behind silent stares, behind every drawing, every moment Rocky had stayed close without asking for anything. Camille didn't interrupt. She didn't try to hush him or tell him it would be okay. She didn't hand him tissues or whisper empty words. She just stayed until Ezra was done, until his breathing evened out, until the redness in his eyes softened just a little. And in those eyes, finally, There was no longer that frozen silence that had followed him into Haven's Rest on his very first day. The goodbye had been spoken. Not in words, but enough. Enough for Rocky to understand, and enough to ease Ezra's heart, even just a little. 3 days later, Camille quietly announced that they'd hold a small farewell for Rocky in the west garden of Haven's Rest. No ceremony, no music, no long speeches, just the people who had known him, gathering in one place to say goodbye. That morning, the sky held still. No sun, no rain, just a quiet hush, and the faint scent of dry grass riding the wind. The garden had been gently cleaned. A soft rug laid beneath the old oak tree, Rocky's favorite spot each afternoon. And resting atop that, simple and warm in the filtered light, was a small wooden urn. Next to the urn sat a simple wooden frame, a glass-covered watercolor painting titled "Rocky Under the Tree, Smiling." It was Ezra's final piece, the last one he painted before Rocky passed. This time he didn't use crayons. He used the watercolor set Nate had given him, leaf green, sunlit yellow, and a soft, earthy gray, the exact shade of Rocky's coat. Ilara sat quietly in the back row. She wasn't in her usual uniform, just a light brown coat and a plain scarf. When she saw the painting, she lowered her head, a silent thank you to everything Rocky had given, and everything he'd left behind. Camille stood to the right of the frame, holding a single wildflower between her fingers. No one gave speeches. A volunteer quietly read a few simple lines. Then whoever wanted to step forward did so. Whoever wanted to stay seated stayed. No pressure, no program, just presence. Ezra sat closest to the picture. In his hands was the small wooden drawing board, the one he always used every afternoon. He didn't let go of it the entire time. His small hands wrapped around its edges, fingers twisting gently. His eyes stared straight ahead. He didn't bow his head. But he didn't meet anyone's gaze either. A few other children from the center came too. One placed a handmade yarn bracelet in front of the photo. Another unwrapped a small dog biscuit from a paper pouch and laid it beside the urn. No one told them to do any of this, but every gesture, every soft footstep, carried weight. There were no sobs, no "rest in peace," no forced apologies, just people, fully present. People who understood that when love is real, sometimes silence says enough. Afterward, as the group slowly drifted back towards the main house, Camille stayed behind to tidy the area. She gave a quiet signal to the others, a nod that meant, "It's okay to go." No one rushed, no one spoke loudly. Their steps were soft, as if they knew the one who remained needed just a little more quiet. Ezra didn't move. He sat at the edge of the west garden, on a lower tier of stone beneath a young willow tree. His back leaned gently against the trunk, both arms wrapped around the drawing board. The sun was starting to dip low, spilling warm gold across the grass. But Ezra didn't notice. He wasn't drawing, he wasn't crying. He just sat, staring softly at a blurry space in front of him, the same patch where Rocky used to sit. Orion stood nearby. The old gray horse didn't come closer, but he didn't leave either. He stood perfectly still, as if he understood that his quiet company, in that moment, was the best kind of comfort he could offer. Lillian was the last to come out. She didn't say anything. Just walked to the porch, placed a warm cup of tea down on the wooden step, and slowly made her way to where Ezra sat. She didn't call his name, didn't ask questions. She just sat beside him. Not too close, not too far. Just enough. The wind drifted softly through the yard, shaking a few golden leaves loose. They floated down like feathers, brushing Ezra's messy hair, but he didn't move to fix it, didn't flinch, didn't look away. It took time, a long, still moment. Then Ezra leaned his head, just slightly, against Lillian's shoulder. She didn't say a word, didn't shift her weight, didn't even breathe too loudly. She just stayed, and that one small gesture, that quiet moment of trust, was enough. From inside the house, Camille stood at the window, one hand gently over her heart, and smiled, because it was the first time Ezra had ever leaned on someone. Not out of fear, not because he was hurt, but because he wanted to. Because he chose to. That night the sky was clear, not a single cloud. The wind slipped gently through the trees, brushing the willow branches like a whisper saying goodnight. Ezra didn't fall asleep early like he usually did. He sat up in bed, blanket draped over his lap, eyes fixed on the window. The soft glow of the bedside lamp cast a warm halo across the room, reflecting off the picture frame on his nightstand, the same watercolor he'd clutched during Rocky's farewell. Rocky, under the tree, that gentle smile. A breeze slipped in through the small window crack, brushing against Ezra's skin. He leaned forward, closed the latch carefully, then turned back toward the bed. Ezra picked up the frame, wiped a tiny smudge from the glass with his sleeve. No words. Then he climbed under the blanket, pulled it close, and placed the picture right beside him, in the exact spot where Rocky used to sleep. Ezra stared at the drawing for a long time. Not crying, not trembling, not gasping for breath like before, just still. Then, softly, so softly that only the wind could have heard, he whispered, "I know you're still here." He pulled the frame closer, like it could share his dreams. Ezra turned on his side, closed his eyes, and for the first time since arriving at Haven's Rest, he fell asleep without jerking awake, without cold sweats, without screaming someone's name into the dark. Just slow, steady breathing. And silence, the kind that doesn't ache anymore, the kind that tucks itself around you like a soft blanket, resting over wounds too deep to name. That night, Rocky wasn't there in body. But in the heart of the small boy finally learning how to live, Rocky had never been more present. There was no need to call for him. Because this time, Ezra believed no one was leaving anymore. And a year later, Haven's Rest eased into early spring like a deep breath finally let out. Wild daisies lined the little road leading into the center, and butterflies floated lazily over the green grass, like nothing had ever gone wrong in the world. The wooden gate had been freshly painted, clean and simple, still bearing its old sign. But next to it now hung a smaller plaque, the letters carved with care. Rocky's Garden. Ezra stood at the gate, backpack over his shoulder, a thick sketchbook in his hand. He was taller now. His hair was trimmed neatly, and his eyes, bright and full of quiet laughter, no longer darted around with fear. Every step he took now was grounded, his spine straight, like a kid who'd walked through darkness and found his way to light. Nate and Lillian stood a few steps behind, arms full of homemade pastries and gift bags for the kids. They came every weekend, not to hover, not to interfere, just to be there. The way families do. Orion was still there too. A little slower, a little grayer, but every time someone approached, the old gray horse would step into the courtyard and lower his head in welcome, like a silent gatekeeper to something sacred. Ezra walked forward and rested his hand gently on Orion's neck. No words, just one look, enough for both of them to understand. Memory doesn't disappear. It just learns how to rest quietly inside you. Ezra went to school now. Every day. He liked math. But what he loved most was art. There was always a box of crayons in his bag, and in every picture he drew, whether it was a landscape, a classroom full of friends, or a self-portrait, there was always a small corner tucked away where a dog lay under a tree, mouth curved up just slightly. Smiling. Ezra never forgot. But he didn't hurt anymore. Because now, that memory had become part of his peace. A real part, a warm part, a rocky part. Ezra sat on the long wooden bench inside the activity room, his old crayon box, edges chipped and faded, placed gently between two new kids. On his left, a little boy around 6, still wearing his coat, though it wasn't cold. On his right, a curly-haired girl, her face puffy from crying. She stared at the blank paper in front of her like it was too heavy to lift. Ezra didn't talk much. He just nudged the crayon box toward them, then opened the photo album in his lap. The first one he ever made. Pages of drawings he'd done over the years, from the early, trembling circles in purple and blue to the clear lines of a dog with kind, listening eyes. "This is Rocky," Ezra said softly, pointing to the first page. He was old, but he always knew when someone needed a shield. The two kids looked. No fear, no hesitation, just something in their eyes that said they felt what was there. Something honest. Ezra opened the crayon box, picked out a light brown stick, and handed it to the girl. "You don't have to make it pretty," he said, not looking up. "You just have to make it true." The little girl's hand trembled as she gripped the crayon, but it began to move. Slowly, faint curves appeared on the paper. Nothing finished. Nothing clear. But it was real. Because that was all she could say with her hands, while her voice still hadn't found a safe place to come out. Ezra didn't rush her, didn't correct a thing. He just stayed right beside her and started sketching a new picture of his own. It was Rocky again, lying beneath the tree, but this time a curly-haired girl was sitting next to him. From the doorway, Camille stood watching. She didn't enter. Didn't interrupt. Her arms were full of paperwork, but her eyes were red. Because she knew some children take years to find a language for their pain. And Ezra, that small boy who once clenched his fists just to hold himself together, was now passing that language on. Not with big words, but with the same gentle silence he had once received. Rocky had once stood guard for Ezra. Now Ezra was standing guard for others. That night, a new boy arrived at Haven's Rest. He didn't speak, didn't look at anyone, just curled into the corner of the therapy room, clinging to a worn backpack like his life depended on it. His eyes were swollen from crying. His hands locked onto the straps, like if he let go, the world might disappear with it. Ezra didn't ask questions, didn't walk over right away. He knew that look too well, the kind of look that feels like you're drowning somewhere no one else can see. When the lights were off and everyone else had gone to bed, Ezra quietly stepped into the small guest room where the new boy had been given a cot. A soft yellow lamp cast a glow across the thick blue blanket wrapped around his small frame. His shoulders still trembled. Ezra didn't say anything. He just gently placed a worn sketchbook on the pillow beside the boy. No note, no pressure. The next morning, when a staff member came in to check on things, they found the boy still asleep, but his hand now rested on the sketchbook. He wasn't clutching the backpack anymore. His face, though far from peaceful, had softened. The tension from the night before had eased, even if only slightly. Inside the sketchbook were printed copies of Ezra's earliest drawings, one of Rocky shielding him from a whip, one of Clarissa with the broomstick raised, one of a small boy hiding beneath a table. And then, the pages began to shift, to scenes from Haven's Rest. Rocky under the porch roof, Ezra holding a box of crayons, Camille placing a glass of water on the table, without asking a single question. At the very back of the book, one final picture had been added, not copied, painted, by hand, in watercolors. A child sat beneath a tree, his face left undefined, arms wrapped around a dog drawn in quiet detail. One small hand held a crayon. The tree above cast a soft, sheltering shadow. Sunlight spilled through the leaves, warm and unhurried. Nothing in the drawing was rushed. Nothing in it was afraid. Just stillness, and a single line written in pencil, tilting ever so slightly toward the heart. No one gets left behind if someone's still willing to listen. Rocky was no longer there, not in body, not in the way Ezra used to reach out and feel the rise and fall of his breath beneath trembling fingers. But what Rocky left behind, that unwavering loyalty, that silent patience, that gaze that stayed even when everything else disappeared, it didn't fade. It took root. Ezra grew from that silence. He learned to speak in colors, in lines drawn slowly and truthfully. He learned that not every story needs to be told in words. Sometimes all it takes is to sit beside someone, to be still with them, without asking anything in return. There are children who still sit in corners, quiet and unseen, waiting for someone to come, not to fix them, not to pry, just to stay. This story is a quiet reminder, a soft gesture, a listening presence, a dog who never left, even when the world did. Sometimes that's all it takes, to keep a soul from slipping too far into the dark. Rocky held Ezra once. Now Ezra holds others. And if you're still here, still reading, maybe you're holding something too. A space, a memory, a quiet promise. It doesn't have to be loud. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be real. And that is more than enough.